teams. Obviously, Jamaica, having lost that first game, they're one of the rebounds. Barbados, on the other hand, they obviously lost their first game, had a good win against a weaker opponent the second game. So this is going to be quite an interesting contest between these two teams. Looking out at the surface here, I'm a little bit concerned about the patchiness of this pitch. I'm not quite sure why it should look like this. Even from this distance, it looks rather bitty. It'd be interesting to see exactly how it plays. But it's a very important game for both teams. There's no question about that.
Yeah, very important indeed. Let's take a look at how things went with the toss a little earlier. Barbados Pride. Well, the toss and that coin came down in the favor of Captain Craig Brathwaite, and he opted to have a bowl first on a surface that Roland Butcher is saying looks quite interesting if we compare it to how things looked last week when they took on the West Indies Academy under the lights. Well, there's a bit more grass on the surface, but somewhere around the middle is where we're seeing that grass. It looks as if maybe there are a couple cracks on that surface as well. There's also a tinge more moisture, you might say, in the surface as well, so it might just hold a bit at the start of play, and maybe that's the reason why Captain Craig Brathwaite has opted to have a bowl first here. He's saying that there's signs of something for his bowlers, and interestingly enough, there's been a big change, Roland Butcher, in that Barbados Pride side in the bowling department. Kemar Roach is back in to the thick of things, so an experienced fast bowler into the side. How much might that play a role here, Roland?
That's a very important move. I mean, Kemar Roach is still an international bowler. You know, when fit, obviously he's playing at the highest level, so there's no question about when he's available and fully fit, whether he'll get into a Barbados team. You know, so they will welcome him back. Getting back to the toss, I would imagine that the decision by Craig Brathwaite to put Jamaica in suggests to me that he's not quite sure about this wicket. He was absolutely certain in the last game, that having won the toss, that he was going to bat, and that was going to be very important. He seems to be less convinced having won the toss this time, so he's asked Jamaica to bat first, and he's going to really look to wait and see and hope that obviously the way it looks, that it performs that way, certainly when they're batting, and that they can get some early success.
Interestingly enough, on the flip side of things for the Jamaica Scorpions, I actually had a quick conversation with the camp, and they said that they actually enjoy the fact that they're looking to bat first, because that is what they were looking to do when they looked at the surface. It's a case of just get through that first session. Things should naturally even out, dry out in comparison to how we saw versus the West Indies Academy, and producing a good batting surface. But on the flip side of it too, they're expecting it maybe to crack up. As you think about that last innings that Barbados will have to bat on their surface, Jamaica Scorpions are thinking that their spinners will come into play there.
Yes, I mean, what I'm seeing here in that mid-pitch area, it looks pretty rough. Obviously some green as well, so there should be some movement certainly in that area. Now, if you look at the two pitches, the one directly in front of us, which was the last game, for me, that even now, a week later, with no preparation, that looks a better pitch to me. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what happens. I think Kemar Roach, when he looks at this pitch, he will be quite happy, and with this field that he started with 4 slips, suggests that he expects that something will happen.
Well, Jamaica's captain in John Campbell will be facing the first delivery, and it will be Kemar Roach from the Joel Garner end to get things started this morning. He's operating with 4 slips. The first ball of this round 3 encounter. It's time to play. Just a bit of shape quite early on with that ball, and we do expect to see a bit more here, Roland, with this red ball in comparison to what we saw in that last round when we operated with that pink ball.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, the red ball is going to be more of a challenge. We all know what happens with the pink ball, particularly a Kookaburra type pink ball in daylight. You know, pretty easy to bat against. Be much more trying. You know, Campbell's in pretty good form, so he will relish this challenge with Kemar Roach.
Well, a thickish outside edge, but intentional from John Campbell. And that's going to be the first boundary of the day.
Yeah, just slightly short. Campbell gets on top of it and cuts it backward a point. Obviously, there's no third man, so that one's raced away down the outfield and shows a little bit of that delivery. Just too short by Kemar Roach. Obviously, first few balls, he hasn't bowled for a while. Even though he may have been bowling in the nets, he still needs to find his rhythm. Even as an international bowler, he will know that it will take him a few overs before he gets that rhythm back.
Goes a lot fuller this time. Just finding himself in a bit of problems there, Campbell. That one probably just jamming onto the inside of the foot.
Joel, from our vantage point here, I'm pretty concerned about the look at the entire square. It looks just looking at it at this stage of the season, this is only the second home game. It's not a pretty look. There's no pitch that is fully covered with grass. There's patches of grass and dirt. Needs attention.
Yeah, definitely. You look across that square, it looks quite dry out there, and it might feed into the thoughts, as I mentioned, of Jamaica in terms of the possibility of this surface just cracking up as we get into the latter half of day 2, as we get into day 3, and possibly into day 4 as well. First over of the day completed. It's 4 without loss.
Yeah, no dangers there for John Campbell. Timing the ball nicely. Ball coming off the middle of the bat, showing the form that he's been in. So obviously, the early signs, he's quite happy with the way things have gone. But it may not be a bad thing, actually, bowling last on this pitch. 4 days from now, it could be totally different. And I think Jamaica may not regret having to bat first.
Pairing with Kemar Roach will be Ramon Simmons from the Malcolm Marshall end, operating with 3 slips and a gully to Carlos Brown. Good bounce on that one, something that we did not see in last week's encounter versus the West Indies Academy. Some exciting signs, you might say, early on for the Seamards.
Yeah, that first delivery was certainly good carry. Not that Brown was worried in any way, just allowed that one to go through. But I think the encouraging signs there for the slip fielders is that the ball will actually get to the slips if there is an edge.
Just slightly drawn in to the shot, pulling back quite late from that one, Carlos Brown. And operating similar to how he did in that matchup, just getting that ball to angle across and invite the right-handed batters to just feel for it, play away from the body.
Yeah, that ball appeared to have moved, quite a bit. It was short, and obviously he was onto the back foot, but it was going away from the right-handed batter.
Yeah, just looking for that signal from the umpire. I think it's maybe leg buys. And yeah, that signal comes now. John Campbell coming off the back of 100 in the last round, as well as a 53 in the second innings versus Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And you can see it's really been a good season so far for him with bat in hand, because in that first round, he got himself a 79 as well. So in a bit of a green patch to start off this year's first class championship. Slaps that one down towards that fine leg position.
Interesting shot. A lap shot against the Pacers. Just shows you how the game has evolved as a result of the T20 format. You find now that even in traditional cricket, like first class and test cricket, that players are prepared to play the lap and the ramp and scoop.
Yeah, it also tells you a bit about the confidence as well, because quite a few of those shots come from a position of confidence. At least I think so. And when I think about the numbers that he's put up so far, John Campbell, he's definitely feeling himself out there in the middle, maybe.
Well, I think Campbell's form suggests obviously that he will be in very, very confident at this stage of the season. Is that a chance?
Yeah, was that a genuine edge? He got turned around there, Carlos Brown. It wasn't taken in the end by Zachary McCaskey. The end of 2. It's 6 without loss.
Yeah, playing that on the onside. It was a full-length delivery, almost like a Yorker, but he was trying to play it on the onside. Came off the outer half of the bat. Reached McCaskey very quickly, but I suspect it was a chance, but he couldn't hang on.
Yeah, quite full. And a ball into ground on occasion, so bum ball is there for Carlos Brown. But good signs in terms of just squaring up the batter. Kemar Roach to continue now. It's worked off the hips quite nice. We wondered if maybe the ball might hold a little bit in the surface. Looks to be coming on quite nicely to the bat so far.
Yeah, so far so good. Haven't seen any swing really. A little movement off the pitch, but certainly no swing.
Just testing the middle of the surface there. Kemar Roach, an area where there's quite a bit of grass covering. You just wonder if there might be any seam movement available.
Yeah, just too short by Roach. That was pitched halfway down. Brown easily got out of the way.
Lovely looking shot to get off the mark for Carlos Brown. They didn't time it in the manner that he would like to, but gets him too.
Yeah, nice sound on the bat. Over pitch delivery by Roach, following up from that previous short pitch delivery.
Just thinking back to that toss, I told myself, kind of siding with the thoughts of Jamaica in terms of this looks to be a very good batting surface up top. It's a case of getting through what maybe that early hour and a half, that first session of play. Maybe just losing 1 wicket at max, 2 maybe. And the ability to pile on runs as you get into that afternoon session, into the evening, find yourself 250 plus or so. Yeah, just when I think about last week's encounter and the fact that even though, yes, there's a bit more grass on the surface, where that grass is middle of the surface probably shouldn't trouble too many batters early on. It's just a case of application.
What I would have expected that Barbados would have batted, really, because they had such a good batting effort the last game. Batters are they're confident. I would give them the opportunity to go and set the tone again, but he's chosen not to.
The end of 3, 9 without loss.
Yes, the early signs are that these two Jamaican openers, Campbell and Brown, they're looking very competent, very confident, also at the crease. So far, Brown in particular has left the ball well. Every ball's hit the middle of the bat. And apart from that last delivery from Roman Simmons that went to gully, I think they have looked really very comfortable at the crease.
I agree with that last statement from you in terms of how they've looked so far. Of course, still very early in the exchanges, just into what is the 4th over, but just looking at both batters, looking as if they're ready to spend some time at the crease. Pitch looking as if it's playing quite easily in terms of pace and bounce, the ability to trust.
Yeah, the early signs are good for the batters at this moment. The ball's hitting the bat nicely. There's no great deviation either off the pitch or through the air. At the moment, things look good, but as you know, in cricket, things can change quite quickly.
Got on top of it, but can't get it past Kevin Wickham at mid-wicket.
Yeah, short delivery. No great pace, but Campbell quite prepared to take on the pull shot. Question, Joel, any news on the fitness of Jerry McAllister?
Well, I said Wickham, but it was actually Richards. Richards has now been asked to just drop back towards that deep mid-wicket boundary. Richards now has to come in and do that work. In terms of an update on McAllister, I actually haven't heard much of anything with regards to his fitness or the degree, or rather the extent to which that injury has impacted him. We'll see if maybe throughout the course of the day, maybe we can get an answer, an update on that one for yourself and the viewers. Not lining it as he should, Simmons, maybe because of the adjustment between left-handed batter and right-handed batter. Leg byes now signalled by the umpire.
Yeah, the reason for that question, Joel, is that I'm a bit concerned about the medium pace-ish of this Barbados side. It is very, very, just medium pace. All the bowlers are medium pace.
Gets on top nicely into space, but Warrican should be able to get around. Brings us to the end. 4, it's 12 without loss.
Yeah, good control pull by Campbell. Question, Joel. That last ball, if there were 2 Australian batters at the crease, how many runs do you think they would have got there?
Well, that's the reason I had a long pause before I called the score, because in my mind I thought it would have been 2. And then I just realized that it was 1 added to the total, just lacking maybe a bit of aggression in the running on that occasion, especially given that Warrican having to run around to his right.
You know, it's those little things that we need to get into our game that makes the difference, and that should have been an easy 2. Instead, casually settle for 1.
Oh, there's a loud appeal from them, maybe just glancing or grazing that pants as it went through.
Roach not interested at all in the appeal.
Yeah, just the outside of the pad on that occasion that excited the slit cordon. A bit uppishly, but they get through for 1. Is definitely something to be discussed in terms of that pace factor that you talked about there, Roland. Of course, there's going to be Matthew Ford at some stage in this innings as well, but no one that you could say that might truly rush 1 or 2 of the batters in the way that Jeremy McAllister might have when he gets it right.
But yeah, I mean, it's a general concern for me about Barbados cricket in terms of their fast bowlers, because, you know, traditionally a country that produces quick bowlers, not medium pace bowlers, and these days predominantly what we're producing are medium paces. So something is amiss. You know, we've got to get back to actually producing out and out quick bowlers.
Just signs of that bounce again on that occasion. And if you think then about that additional pace factor and the ability to maybe rush a batter on that similar length from Kemar Roach, and that in itself could be the difference-making factor as well. Yeah,
I mean, these days, Roach is similar to the others in these days. I mean, his pace days are gone. He's a medium fast bowler. But, you know, extra pace helps the bowler at the other end, because batters become fairly hesitant in their foot movement, and the slower of the 2 bowlers then obviously has an opportunity. But when 2 bowlers are medium pace, if there's not a lot happening, it's very easy for the batters.
My question then, Roland, and I guess we could talk about it over the course of, because just 1 more ball here and into the next over, but how then do we, I guess, attempt to solve that? And how do we begin to, I guess, again, find those X factor, those fast bowlers?
Well, I think one thing we cannot do is to wait for them and hope that they arrive. That's not going to happen. So it has to happen right through the whole development pathway, that you have got to be grooming these guys from a very early age.
Under that one very easily. At the end of the over, it's 13 without loss.
Yeah, you can't hope that somebody appears in club cricket or appears in first-class cricket and bowl. You know, that is far too late. You know, growing fast bowlers is like developing any other, whether you depend on a batter or whatever. It requires proper identification from early, then putting in place the necessary things to develop that person, you know, as a fast bowler, not just his pace, but his physical attribute, everything about him to ensure that, he's able to bowl fast for a long period of time. So that has to happen right down the pathway, all the way through. If you get to this stage here now, well, it's too late. And many years ago, I mean, the fast bowlers were 10 a penny, and not just, I'm talking about good ones, and players with real pace as well. But right now, if you go around Barbados, the number of people that can bowl fast, you can, you could really, well, we're going to say you can count on one hand, but you might have to cut off 3 fingers. And but yeah, it's a worry. It's a worry because, listen, fast bowling win cricket matches. There's no question about that. All around the world, everybody else, look at all the other teams. They're developing. They've all got quick bowlers. That's why they're doing well. And traditionally, we have been able to produce them, but for some reason, we can't anymore.
Oh, this could be an early one. A better throw was needed. A better throw. And it could have been the end of John Campbell.
Well, I think for him to be run out there, Joe, Roach would have had to throw at the stumps. He wasn't, because in the end, the keeper, even though it was over his head, he never got anywhere near the stumps. I think Roach was in 2 minds. He wasn't sure what to do and tried to throw it to the keeper, but certainly should have thrown at the stumps there.
Yeah, that's a half chance to start the morning, especially a batter in form like John Campbell. It would have been a big scalp for them.
Yes, he would have been a good man to get, because as leader of the team, not just as captain, but as batter as well. He's the top batter as well, so it would have been an important wicket.
Yeah, he's part of the reason that the Scorpions have been able to post to 300 plus scores so far in the tournament. He's given them a good, steady platform from which the middle order, like some Blackwood and Co, can come in and bat. In fact, Jamaica's have included the additional batter in this round in Javel Glenn. So there's one change for that Jamaica Scorpions side, where Gordon Bryan is out and Javel Glenn is in, so strengthening that middle order. Lovely timing, lovely balance from him. Might not have the legs to reach the boundary. And they come back for 2.
Once again, these 2 batters just strolling between the wickets. They're not even pushing Roach to maybe look for 3.
What I've also noticed is that the outfield just seems to be a little heavy, or rather heavier than round number 2. Protection, and Richards out on the boundary, so just 1. sent back. A good call in the end by Carlos Brown. Skipper Craig Brathwaite getting in quite sharp from what is a very short and wideish mid-on position. I've just loved how Carlos Brown has allowed the ball to come to him at the start of this morning. Hasn't looked to get too far out in terms of that stride or too forward in terms of the hands.
Yeah, I think predominantly he's decided he's going to stay on the back foot and looking to just defend that short ball, and then if it's pitched up, he's just coming gently forward.
Strides out quite nicely this time. A little sluggish on the outfield, but still finds its way to the boundary. The end of 7, it is 17 without loss.
Yeah, beautiful piece of timing, over pitch delivery, but all he did was just put the bat face on the ball. Didn't really have to hit it hard, just timed it superbly.
Yeah, gotten a nice little stride on that occasion, Carlos Brown. A bit of wrist work in terms of opening the face of the bat as well. Slowly growing in confidence at the crease. And his 4th over is Ramon Simmons, and he bowled very well in round 2 when they came up against the West Indies Academy. Picked up early wickets for them. Maybe having to work slightly harder here at the start of this innings. A bit of a hand on that one, took some pace off of it. And they're able once again to come back for 2, so the score is slightly and slowly ticking over for Jamaica Scorpions. Things maybe not showing the signs that Barbados Pride might have hoped for when they won the toss and opted to have a bowl first. That's not to say that they'll be disappointed with this start, but probably just expected a bit more in terms of what the ball might do off this surface. Advances, and Simmons is able to take that one, but the question is, was there bat involved? I don't think so.
Well, he's certainly got that on the helmet. He's taking it off there, and I don't think Simmons is too concerned, but I think Campbell Obviously waiting for the concussion protocol. But again, he's advancing down the pitch, and it's hit flush on the badge.
Just a polite inquiry, you would say, on that one, but intent being shown by Campbell. And you think about it, and we go back to what you talked about, Roland, in terms of the express fast bowlers. You just wondered if he might have advanced if Simmons were that express fast bowler that you were talking about earlier.
Well, obviously he's thinking Simmons is just medium fast, and he was down the wicket. It was short. Simmons obviously saw him come in and just hammered it into the turf and just bounced off his helmet. No damage done, but I think Simmons is sending a statement to say, you know, son, you play me from the crease, don't don't advance to my bowling.
Yeah, that intent shown quite early from John Campbell. He just got it from the stance on that occasion. So he's looking to come after Simmons, even though he still has that man deep on the boundary at deep mid-wicket. There's a man at a wideish fine leg as well for what could be that top edge on the pull. John Campbell's looking to take him on, and in that manner he's looking to head into that Greenwich and Haynes stand. So protocol completed, and we're back to the action. And it's a quiet leave, a good leave as well on length outside of that off stump. Not getting it in the manner that he might have hoped, John Campbell. Just a tad too short on that occasion, and call wide for height. A fair call there by the umpire. Umpire Crawford. Square leg umpire Nigel Duguid is the standing umpire at the moment. In fact, I've gotten it wrong. Crawford. In behind it nicely to close out the over. It's 25 without loss. Umpires Shannon Crawford and Nigel Duguid doing the work out in the middle today. And forgive me for getting it wrong there, but I'm pretty much sure that they could be a twin. Just in terms of height, if you think about the hairstyle as well for both of them. But to find standing umpires for round number 3 of this West Indies Championship there. Umpire Crawford on screen. He's now moved out to square leg. And there. My good friend Nigel Duguid. As I say, good afternoon, or rather good morning, sorry.
Good morning, good morning.
Andrew Mason.
How are you? Yeah, well, in fact, Shannon Crawford is a fire officer in Guyana.
Just getting through the shot a little too early on that occasion, John Campbell.
Yeah, interesting though, Joel, no Bajan umpires again. As you know, in the first match when the Barbados team played against the Academy, umpire Wright and umpire Williams.
Did he get something on that? Yes, he did indeed. The experience of Roach has strangled John Campbell. That's a big wicket to get.
You're right. Fine bowling from round the wicket, a little bit more pace, and a good catch taken by the keeper moving to his right, the batsman being a left-hander. That's good bowling from the very experienced Kemar Roach. And as you said, a big wicket to get Campbell, who's already got 100 in this competition. The comeback kid goes his 25 for 1.
Kemar 16 of 29 balls in 35 minutes with 1 bumpering. Kirk McKenzie, number 3.
The left-handed Kirk McKenzie is the new batter to the crease. And that man, Kemar Roach, he's been brought in because of his experience, because of his ability to pick up wickets, and he's done just that, removing the captain in John Campbell.
Yeah. Served Barbados and West Indies with lots of distinctions over the years. Tremendous cricketer he is. And has come into the side. He's now a mentor with the West Indies board. In fact, the contract is for exactly a year. Good start by Roach.
Yeah, funny enough, in that last game when Barbados Pride played the West Indies Academy, he was actually suited up for the West Indies Academy as their mentor, and he said he was enjoying the break and enjoying the ability to just pass on knowledge to the youngsters. But what he did remind me is that he's operating as a player coach throughout the season.
Player coach, yes. Dual role for one who really has done so very well. Using all of his experience here. Bowling to McKenzie. Now there's the variation. The ball before was bang on target to the off stump. Banged that ball into pitch. And the wide is called belatedly by umpire Duguid, who is a very experienced umpire. So the two Guyanese umpires in the middle. Interesting. I just have to do some research on this. This is maybe the first time in a long time that you've had a regional game here at Kensington. And there's no Bajan umpire. In fact, I can tell you that in this round of matches, no Bajan umpires are involved. That's interesting.
Good line, good length. Outside that off stump there from Kemar Roach.
Did in fact make a call to President Gregory Brathwaite and didn't answer, but I certainly want to find out why is it that there are no umpires. I know they've got some pretty competent ones here in Barbados. 26 for 1, the early exchanges. The Barbados team getting the victory of Campbell early.
A dot ball to close out a successful over for Roach. It's 26 for 1.
So the first change of the morning, Matthew Ford is going to bowl from the southern end. As I say, good morning to Hendy Wallace. Hendy, nice to see you.
Good morning to you, Andrew. Lovely to see you, as always. And good morning to all of our viewers. Pretty balanced start. I suppose when you win the toss and you ask the opposition to bat, you want to make early inroads and pick up early wickets. And just when John Campbell was dismissed, there was a little bit against the run of play because the two batters looked extremely comfortable.
So Ford with his first ball. A couple of things I want to ask you. First of all, are you surprised that Matthew Ford didn't open the bowling?
Not necessarily. I think that with Kemar Roach, maybe just to have the left arm seamer, who really showed a bit more form, in my view, than Ford. It was really 6 of one, half dozen of another. The one thing I expected was for Kemar Roach to have the new ball, and anyone could have been from the other end.
Yeah, indeed. He's a master. Interesting attack by Barbados, in that it's the first time, just trying to jog my memory, where Barbados, which is known for quick bowlers, would play a regional game with three medium paces? Would that be right? Or they're quicker than medium pace? Let's start with Roach.
Yeah,
Is he what?
well, Roach is fast, medium.
Fast, medium.
But his forte is more, to swing the ball.
Right. And Ford?
And Ford is, just about. Yeah, I can't really split hairs on them.
Okay.
But let's be clear and say they're not fast.
No, they're not fast.
not
right.
fast.
I think, okay, fine.
But you don't need to be in regional cricket.
No, you're right.
What I will say about Ford is that he has excellent control of the seam, and he is able to extract some movement if he hits the surface, because he presents such a consistent seam. If there's any assistance, he will ask questions of the batters.
Well, he's operating from the southern end against the academy. He bowled from the northern end. From here, does the pitch look a little dry to you? No?
No, it doesn't. There's a bit more grass on it than the surface we saw the last game.
Right.
And it seems to have a little bit more pace as well. Now, there is a fair chance that there's still some excess moisture. I don't want to say excess, but extra moisture, because we had some showers around yesterday and early this morning. Meaning that the covers would have been on a little bit longer than usual. So you would expect a little bit of moisture, and it's a bit overcast today as well, so the whole drying out process may not be as rapid as it normally is. So it may be, again, where we talk about the character of the pitches at Kensington, where they will get a little bit quicker on day 2 and probably a little bit better for batting as well. But from what we've seen so far, the batters look quite comfortable.
Hendy Wallace, the former Barbados under-19 cricketer. Final question, Hendy, I like to quiz you. In terms of winning the toss and electing to field, were you surprised?
No, I thought that the Barbados team would have been looking to get the early advantage of playing at home on a slightly faster pitch.
So lovely firm shot by the left-handed Kirk McKenzie to get off the mark. Driving the ball to extra cover, with Captain Brathwaite having to move to his right for mid-off. 28 for 1, 10 overs gone.
I'm not sure if there was any discussion with the Jamaican captain or any reports on what he would have done, but I suspect that Jamaica would have batted first anyway.
And why is that?
Again, playing away from home, it's not a pitch that obviously has any real assistance for the bowlers, so it's about getting a good first inning score just to set the tone of the game. And as always, teams are, from a psychological perspective, prefer not to bat last in a 4-day game.
Very well bowled indeed by the experienced Kemar Roach. Touching down just, we describe as a chord of uncertainty. And McKenzie paid late inside of that, but that was a good one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's the forte of Kemar Roach, to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed batter and then get the ball to angle in and shape away. So we've seen him destroy international batsmen around the world in various competitions, And here, this would be a good test for McKenzie. Remember that they would have been teammates at some point in time.
So after producing the outswinger from round the wicket, that ball came back at the left-handed McKenzie. Solid batsman he is. Carlos Brown, right-hander. So the experienced Roach having to contend with a left-hand and a right-handed batsman. As you would expect, he's got a very aggressive field. He's got 3 slips. You're reminded that Barbados Pride won the toss and elected to bowl first, with Kemar Roach coming to the side in place of Eiffel, who made his debut against the Academy.
Very well judged run there. And Brown, I think he was really aiming to play the ball a lot square on the leg side. May have just got a leading edge, but what that did was to keep it fairly straight down the onside of the pitch, and that's one of the anomalies about the game of cricket. The missed time shot actually allowed him to get the single.
Yep. So Roach now has got to change his overall approach. Now he's actually got a ball to the left-hander in Kirk McKenzie. The man to go, the big snapper caught. The captain of the Jamaica side, John Campbell.
On that occasion, the ball actually just held its own, didn't go away from the left-hander, but just starting a little bit too wide maybe. But we know Roach is a wily campaigner, and he may not be overly disappointed to see McKenzie shouldering arms. And ideally, you try to set the batter up, maybe take a few away, and then get one to either angle in from very wide on the crease or to shape back in. And saw the reaction of Roach there, just extended the 2 arms. Thought for a moment that he was through the defense of McKenzie. McKenzie looking to show that he belongs at the higher level. He's had a taste of it already. And in regional cricket, I think he has a double 100 already. So he can bat, but he just hasn't put the scores together in recent times.
This is very good bowling by Kemar Roach. Oh, the variety on show here. The ball before angled into the left-hander, one left him, but he played it comfortably towards cover. Roach showing all of his experience. Has always been good in terms of his control. First time I saw Kemar Roach playing for Maple in the local competition as a teenager, and he bowled very quickly. Right in the block hole. Roach holding his hand because he thought he'd breached the defense of the batsman. Another good tight over from the veteran Kemar Roach. Jamaica Scorpions are 31 for 1. Just get it back to Kemar Roach after this delivery from Ford, who continues from the southern end. Yeah, he was playing for his club Maple. He comes from St. Lucie, which is the north of the island. Some people describe it as Barbados' only female parish. Parish that would have produced people like Hendy Bryan, of course the Barbados off spinner, who is now with the Barbados Cricket Association, Henderson Springer as well. Good in swinger there from Matthew Ford. And of course, Sir Charles Griffith comes from that parish, the great fast bowler who's got a statue here at Kensington Oval. So St. Lucie has in fact produced a lot of good cricketers. Lest we forget that the late great Prime Minister would have come from that parish, national hero Errol Walton Barrow. But I was making the point earlier about when I first saw Kemar Roach, would have been playing for Maple in the local, as it was then, the Division 1 competition. The name has changed to Elite. And he was playing a match at Carlton, which is Desmond Haynes' club, which is just about 5 minutes from here. And he bowled so quickly, I was doing the commentaries. And I'll never forget, people just came to the ground to see Kemar Roach. I suppose you can say the rest is history. Has served West Indies cricket with distinction. Used to be sharp, and of course as you get older, losing some pace, but certainly not losing control. And is able, Kemar Roach, to get the ball to move both ways, and that's the beauty about him. And it's seen now like the godfather really of West Indies cricket. Now he's got a contract with CWI for a year as a mentor. Congratulations, Mr. Roach.
Yeah, always useful when you can get the experienced players to give back. And just try to teach the upcoming products as to what worked for you. It's not any given that it'll work for everyone, but to benefit from that knowledge of experience can go a long way in the development. So persons like Matthew Ford now, who's now in the infancy of his international career, I'm sure he's delighted to have someone like a Kemar Roach sitting next to him in the dressing room. After each session, they'll have discussions, and I'm sure there'll be discussions on the field of play, even if just briefly so. But you could only learn from having such experience around you.
Yeah, you're right. Good tight delivery in the off stump, pushed down to that short extra cover area to end the over. So the start has been slow. 33 for 1. The Scorpions are batting at the region's Mecca.
So 33 for 1 after some 12 overs. As you said, not a rapid start, but again, batting first on the first day pitch, it's all about securing wickets. Yes, you want to keep the scoreboard ticking over, but it looks like a change in ends. And from the Joel Garner end, it looks like Ramon Simmons coming back into the attack. And change of ends for him.
Nice carry to the keeper. Bowling his fifth over. Bowled well against the academy. Picked up a couple of wickets in the twilight. As we said, what, two years ago, maybe 3. Looked the real deal. 1 or 2 injuries to him on the combat trail, the young man.
And I think that spell with the new ball in the second innings in the last game may have just influenced the captain to give him the nod as opening partner to Kemar Roach over Matthew Ford. And not to mention that it just offers a slightly different dimension where you have the left armer partnering the right arm bowler.
Love to see him get his pace back, because I remember him bowling at a pretty rapid pace 2-3 years ago. First would have seen him in a local game playing for his club, YMPC, Young Men's Progressive Club. That's in Beccles Road. That's in the outskirts of the nation's capital. And the club of Joe Garner, the Big Bird. Of course, you know him, Winston Reed. Of course, would have done so very well. Collis King would have played there as well. And of course, currently playing for YMPC, Dwayne Rommel Smith. So just a gathering of spectators, the tourists have come to watch the action. Weeks, Worrell and Walcott stand. So come down to Kensington and Oval and watch some cricket. Watch the man on your screen there, Ramon Simmons. Yeah, just getting back to when I saw him bowling for YMPC in a 50-over match against my club, St. Catherine's, and he bowled pretty sharp indeed. And I asked Ulrich Batson, who plays locally for St. Catherine's, about him. He said, boy, he was hitting the bat hard. And he bowled out St. Catherine's. He really bowled with a lot of pace then. Did that carry? Maybe not, but was in the air.
Yeah, it was touch and go. I believe that's Kmart Roach at the square cover position for the short cover position. And it was in the air for a while. But we'll just have to see as they go for a drinks break. But we'll just see if that ball actually carried to Roach. It will depend on the replay.
So we have the first refreshment break.
He's trying to get on top of the bounce. And I think it may have just dropped short of Roach as he was trying to get forward. So a bit of excitement there for the Barbados Pride, but not quite going to hand.
Well, time for drinks. My question is, why Roach is at cover? Not sure why. In fact, Simmons was also at cover as well. I think Captain Bathurst has got that wrong. No, these guys don't like to hear criticism. My response is that fear of criticism is a kiss of death in the courtship of achievement. Time for drinks. So the first hour, 13 overs bowled, 34 for 1. Carlos Brown on 9 from 35 balls. McKenzie for the batsman to go. Campbell strangled down the leg side with a good short ball by the veteran Kemar Roach, and that's a big snapper to catch at Kensington Oval. The man who's been in form and no doubt looking to get back into the West Indies team, John Campbell. Henry Wallace alongside me. First hour, 34 for 1. Even Stevens, you think?
Even Stevens. Even Stevens so far. I think Barbados Pride ideally would like to get another wicket or 2 or 3 before the luncheon interval, having won the toss and asked the Jamaica Scorpions to bat first.
Well, I'm sure they would love to do that. Don't be surprised if we see Warkan pretty soon. He's been the champion for them. Bowl pretty well against the Academy. Some positives in that game, though, of course. These are the young men, the youth of a nation, of course, the trustees of posterity. And these are the young men that you want to see on show. Young Bowen Tuckett got to 100.
There's a little bit of hesitation there, but in the end, getting through for the single quite comfortably. And you talk about the matchups and raising the profile of the game, and I agree that you want to see these individuals performing, first of all playing, and then performing at regional level. So to see the game today with Kemar Roach up against John Campbell, that in itself provides some intrigue. That's going to go very close to the boundary. Controlled shot. Good work. Very good work there. I think that's Richards running back from the gully position, or maybe from the backward point position. Doing some excellent work. But yeah, you look forward to seeing the matchups of that nature. Campbell, who's in a rich vein of form at the moment. Kemar Roach, although coming back from injury, his experience and skills will come to the fore. And although he won that battle not by, a mode of dismissal you're comfortable or you're accustomed to from Roach, at least the matchup just, presented that bit of intrigue and interest.
Yeah, and it was good to see the respect shown by Campbell to Kemar Roach. And then Roach produced a good one. Just strangled him down the leg side. Good catch taken as well by the keeper, having to move a long way across to his right, and he took a good catch. There are 2 keepers in the Barbados team. I'm sure that Wickham would tell you he's the third. He's at first slip. Runs for the Scorpions will get 2 comfortably here. There's a short extra cover, and that ball by 4 was pitched up and pushed between short extra cover and backward point for 2. So Carlos Brown, 13 from 38 balls. Kirk McKenzie, 5 from 17. 3 slips being maintained for the medium pacer Matthew Ford. But he just helped that, really, down to third man. Almost as if he just got back into that. And it goes away for 4. No problem at all getting the boundary there. So the over comes to an end, 43 for 1. Right, I know they say I'm a critic, but I'm a little concerned really about everyone case to describe it in Barbadian parlance, the samey bowling here at Kensington. medium pace in Simmons and Ford, and Roach a little bit quicker. But I just have to ask the question. I like pace. Are there any fast bowlers around in Barbados? I'm going to start to scratch my head. Here is Ramon Simmons to continue, bowling to McKenzie. Shaquille Cumberbatch, who got 15 wickets last year, actually is the groundsman here at Kensington Oval, bursted into the Barbados team. He was in the squad, didn't make it. A little bit quicker, not a bad, decent cricketer at all. But when I look around Barbados, I'm just trying to identify a fast bowler in Barbados apart from McAllister with pace. Through the gap, that's going to go out to the boundary, and we'll get there now. Lucky. But he got away with it.
Bit of misfortune there for Ramon Simmons. McKenzie went for the drive. It was a full-blooded drive. And I just wonder if that slip cordon's a little bit too close. It seemed to be sort of past him before the gully fielder could get to his right. It was in the air, but going in the gap between the third slip and the gully position.
That's an interesting observation, because there are now 4 slips and they look close. I think it's because that Simmons is not quick. Now, that may very well be the case. They reckon the ball will drop before it gets to them. Let's have a look at this delivery. Why is it, Hendy, you're the coach, having coached in Ireland for 21 years, why do you have sometimes the slips close?
Well, normally it would be for the low bounce of the pitch. It's not necessarily to do with the pace of the bowler per se, but it's more to do with the bounce of the pitch. And I just found that from the very start, from third slip all the way around, seemed extremely close to the bat, and it sort of limits or restricts the reaction time.
Good tumbling save up at that mid-off area.
And of course, the idea is to have a stagger, which they do have, but to me it seems extremely acute. And the third slip and the gully fielder now, they do look very close to the bat to me.
You say acute, I say very strange. I mean, let's look at that. I mean, I have never seen that before. Maybe if a camera can zoom in on those slips and tell us. I mean, it's acute. According to Henry Wallace, he's always very diplomatic with his words. That's a poor delivery. No pace. They'll get a second. They should. And McKenzie comes back for the second. Of course, he comes from the land of speed. Usain Bolt, Shelley and Fraser Price, great athletes. But that was banged in short and pulled away by McKenzie.
And if he wants to test the batter with a short ball, albeit that it's not quick, he has to get it at that height where it's a little bit more difficult for the batter to control.
That's gone fine. And we'll get there. Another boundary. Offline. All he had to do was to get back into that.
Not a shot that we've seen very often in the modern game, modern era of the game, the leg glance, but very productive. Another boundary there, and just a fraction offline, starting straight and going all the way down, and the batter just moving across his stumps and getting it fine, and picking up good pace, beating the fielder at the long leg position. So the 50 comes up for the Jamaica Scorpions. Of some 15 overs, so a reasonable clip, just over 3.5 runs and over.
So Matthew Ford with his very gentle medium pace to continue. He got 5 wickets on debut and made 100 against the Harpy Eagles in a losing cost. He continues bowling to Brown. I was just looking around. I mean, let's go to the champions of last year, the Wanderers Club. After 42 years, they won the elite competition. McAllister plays for that club. There's a young fast bowler called Jordan Niles, age 23. Sharpish, bowls the old ball pretty well.
Stifle appeal there. I think it might have been a bit of an inside edge as well, but whenever the batter plays across the front leg, it always attracts the appeal if the ball beats the pad.
Yep. Might have been an inside edge and possibly going down the leg side. Umpire Shannon Crawford, the fireman there in Guyana, says not only with umpire Nigel Duguid, who's also Guyanese as well. The president of the Barbados Umpires Association, Gregory Brathwaite, did in fact return my call, so I'll have to just speak to him when I come off here as to why there are no Bajan umpires involved. In fact, in the first game against the Academy, you had Jacqueline Williams and Chris Wright out of Jamaica. And interesting, you've got 2 Guyanese umpires here as well. That's interesting. Pitch looks to be pretty good for batting. But of course, you should not judge a pitch all the time by those who are bowling, because I've seen pitches like this appearing to be slow, but when you get someone who can really crank it up, there's a complete difference in the pitch. Barbados winning the toss and electing to bowl first. This could be tight. Had he hit, I rather suspect he might have been a goner. No, he did in fact hit. And umpire Crawford said no, much to the surprise of the Barbados team. Wow.
That was excellent work from Kemar Roach. And there just seemed to be some deliberation. Roach was saying, well, the bails did come off. I just wonder if the umpire said, well, it was a little bit delayed in coming off, and the batter may have made his ground. But the ball taking the inner portion of the bat, Roach was very quick indeed. And he looked to be really, looked very tight indeed.
Well, but I just thought that once Roach had the direct hit, he would have been a goner. But umpire Crawford said not out. And I remember umpire Crawford about, could be 3-4 years ago, in the under 19. In fact, the video is very much still around. Gave a leeward batsman not out. And that certainly caused a great stir across the Caribbean. That's played square in the offside, down to backward point. We'll have the legs to get there. It goes away for 4. Good timing.
Ford opting to change the angle there slightly to go around the wicket, but it was no real pace on it. It was short and actually well played by McKenzie. It was angled into it, but he got on top of the bounce and was able to keep it away from that fielder at the square cover position.
Just getting back to that, a couple of years ago, in fact, the batsman was given not out. Last pair at the crease, and had the batsman been given, it would have meant that Barbados would have won the under 19, and because the game ended in a draw, it was the Leewards that won, and that created a great stir in the country for quite a long time. Umpire Crawford out at square leg, along with umpire Nigel Duguid, very experienced umpire. 58 for 1, Jamaica Scorpions. Simmons to continue.
Brown very keen to get onto the front foot. And Simmons obviously will want to bring those slip fielders in play. Spoke about Simmons when he came on the scene. He really had people talking about him because of the pace that he generated. Unfortunately, injury sidelined him for a while. And just sort of coming back to match fitness.
Oh, that had a bit of gas in it, Hendy. He heard you.
Well, he does have that ability to slip in the short ball, and I mentioned the previous over where we saw McKenzie playing the pull shot. Is that even although it may not appear to be quick, you just want to get it at that height where it becomes uncomfortable for the batter. It's a nice fortune shot off the back foot. Don't think it will have the legs to get to the boundary. Captain Brathwaite doing the chase.
No, that's it with a lot of power. There was a shot to catch it. That's gone through cover. That's gone for 4. And the groundsman will do a bit of fielding out there as well.
Was in the air for a while, but it was also in the gap. And cries of catch it. There's that feel at the short cover point position, square cover position, probably for that sort of error. But Brown was able to get it in the gap between the short cover and the backward point.
Edge found, and dropping maybe just in front of the field that slipped. The second slip fielder is down, but once again Simmons able to find the outside edge. 64 for 1.
And the left arm over the wicket is always going to present that challenge, angling the ball across the right-handed batter. And the edge found, but it was a controlled shot. Brown was playing defensively. And that's maybe one of the reasons why the slip cordon will try to get closer to the bat. It's 4 to continue.
They've got the short extra cover in. That ball was hit in the air. Maybe just drop it in front of the fielder, but they've got a plan to attack McKenzie with those balls pitched up. He's one who's always driving, and that was in the air as it was struck firmly down to wide mid-off. Got to be careful there, McKenzie.
We've seen quite a few of the batters from Jamaica who like to play the ball on the up. Again, it's trusting the bounce. And the thought process is that if they're not in total control, it will present an opportunity for the fielder short on the offside on the drive. And I think that's one of the reasons, especially against bowlers that are not that quick, they feel that that's an attacking option to have the fielder just about, 15 meters from the bat.
He's gone. Given leg before, playing no shot, And umpire Crawford had a look, and that finger's raised. And 4 strikes. 64 for the loss of 2.
Clearly an error in judgment there. And McKenzie almost walking for that decision before the finger went up. Obviously expecting the ball to either go the other way or he misjudged the length completely. And the ball angled in from around the wicket would have crashed into the stump. So a bit of a gift there to Barbados. But good bowling by Matthew Ford asking the question. You see that delivery again. So from wide of the crease, he's been getting the ball to go away. But on this occasion, excellent scene presented, and Ford had absolutely no doubt the match referee may have a word with him about celebrating before the finger goes up, but he didn't even look back. He was absolutely certain.
That was plumb. That was plumb, plumb, plumb. So umpire Crawford had a look and then raised the deadly finger. I don't think umpire Crawford would have had any difficulty in that occasion, Hendy, in making that decision. It was so obvious. He played no shot. That ball would have crashed in. Not the off stump, not the leg stump, but the middle stump. Now, Jermaine Blackwood comes to the crease with just over half an hour to go before the break. Looking to get back into the West Indies side, you think? Don't think he's retired, has he?
Well, he hasn't officially retired, and I always say anyone who's currently playing first-class cricket has a realistic chance of getting into the West Indies side, whether it be a batter or bowler.
So there are 4 slips waiting, and Ford to bowl his first ball to Jermaine Blackwood. Well, in fact, Dr. Kishore Shallow, the president of Cricket West Indies, did in fact say that they're not going to really retire anyone because the pool is not that big. And because I asked him the question when Andrew Fletcher was brought back into the West Indies team in the T20s in St. Vincent after Evan Lewis got injured. That's a very well bowled ball, beautiful delivery, bang on target. And you really don't need a lot of pace for that. That was lovely, lovely delivery there by Matthew Ford.
Well, as I said to you, it's this control of seam that is really the forte of Ford. He's not express quick, but his control of the seam, and he can. We saw in the delivery that got the dismissal, where the ball was sort of shaping inwards. Now he's getting it to go away from the right-handed batter on a good length.
Let's see if he's going to try the in-swinger here. Oh, this is good bowling. This is good bowling. Bang on target with Blackwood playing with a wash span of suspicion there to end the over, an over in which he got a wicket, the wicket of McKenzie, 64 for 2. So Kemar Roach is back in the attack. So they're rotating the fast bowlers then. Surprised by that?
Not at all. I mean, the captain is going to try to get what he can out of this. The ball at its firmest. The ball's only 18 overs old, so still a firm ball.
That was an appeal more optimism than the real conviction down the leg side. But it just might have just clipped the pan its way through. So it was more of an inquiry, really. It was not the vociferous appeal, as we saw when Campbell departed.
Well, what I will say is that although we saw success in the last over with Matthew Ford, don't let us be guided by his appealing. He gets very exuberant.
Does he? He's an appealer.
He's an appealer.
Yeah. Well, maybe he appeals more than the Red Cross Society. 64 for 2. It's going down the leg side. No need to waste your energy on that. Kemar Roach.
I'm just quite impressed with the Kemar Roach appears to be up on pace. He actually looks faster than the other two seamers on show this morning.
I agree with you.
I'm quite impressed with what he's been able to produce. Remember, this is a man coming back from injury.
And he looks fitter too as well.
Yeah.
Looks fitter.
I know he did have a workout in the nets on Monday, and he said he just wanted one more session to be absolutely sure.
Ooh. Now, had that hit, don't know why Brown is flirting with danger the way he is. Had that hit, he could have been in some trouble there.
Well, from the very start of the innings, I count at least 4 occasions where there was some miscommunication with him and the other in his partner, or where there was very tight calls for single. I think he was okay on that occasion. Had it struck, I think he made his ground. But as you said, no need for such tight singles, especially if you've lost 2 wickets already in the opening session.
Now, the forward square has been put in about 10, 15 meters inside the boundary, and Blackwood just had a look. Will the short ball come along? I expected that, but he just worked the ball neatly off the hip for a single. Telegraphed there by Kemar. Blackwood is described by some as a bit of a compulsive hooker. So Barbados with 2 wickets, having won the toss, looking for more scalps before the break. That's good bowling. Squaring the batsman up, fantastic length. Carlos Brown is 25. He's faced 54 balls, but you don't get the feeling that he's fully settled as yet.
Well, he's very easy in his stroke play, and sometimes he's not he's not as balanced as he should, and that was a perfect example, that last delivery. I think with the ball being angled in, the temptation is there to play slightly to leg. But, yeah, I agree with you. He's not quite settled.
We'll get a comfortable single on that occasion as the mid-off fielder has to come across to the left of extra cover. That's Captain Brathwaite. And a no ball is bowled by the veteran, Kemar Roach. Of course, no doubt looking to get ready for when the Australians come in June. That's very well played indeed by Blackwood. Beautifully timed. We'll get a second. Not the full-blooded drive. Pushed away nicely, zoom it on for 2. To end the over. Roach has now completed 7 overs. And with just under half an hour to go before the break, 70 for 2.
Just short of Jamel Warrican at second slip. So things beginning to happen here for Barbados Pride.
Really can't get much closer to the bat than they are already. And that one fell well short of the second slip. Sometimes the bowlers will say they prefer you to be as close as possible and miss the catch than to be too deep and the ball not carry. If you look at the third slip, they're even coming closer. Not much reaction time.
This time, Brown finds the middle of the bat.
And Joel, the challenge here for the slip cordon is positioning yourself for the defensive shot and where you would be for the flashing shot. And of course, the defensive shot, the ball is likely to go to ground quickly, whereas the flashing blade, the ball can fly very quickly and much higher.
Yeah, certainly a little challenge for them. One or two chances just falling short of that slip cordon this morning. On a surface that was actually bounced and carried a lot better than we saw last week. We had that day-night encounter versus the West Indies Academy right here at Kensington Oval. Man, quite backward at point in Demario Richards, or rather Demetrius Richards. Into a good spell is Matthew Ford, into 6 over now, just the 18 from it. As you begin to look at this first session, what are your thoughts on it, Hendy?
Well, the pitch still looks a good one. As you said, there's a bit more pace and carry, and we expect that to increase as the match goes on, certainly by day 2. But there is some live grass, which is quite visible there, so that will help to keep the surface together. But not that this surface at Kensington breaks up. It tends to hold quite nicely. But I suppose that Barbados felt that the fast bowlers, if they're going to get anything out of this surface, is probably going to be more productive on the opening day or in the first 2 sessions. Bit of indecision again, where Brown was offering the single. I don't think the single was on, and quite rightly Blackwood sent him back. So the score remains on 70-2.
First signs of spin, and it will be the left arm spinner in Jamel Warrican, who's going to come into the attack now. As we get closer to the end of what will be the first session of the morning, probably about 23 minutes or so. Operate with just the one slip and a man forward short leg in front of the bat. Starts quite full, but it'll be interesting to see the pace that he operates with in comparison to last week. Allowed that ball to hang quite nicely. Did Warrican, invited batters to come to him, invited them to play shots.
Blackwood in the last game, the first game, did spend a lot of time at the crease. He got the century, and he showed that occupation of the crease. He showed that he was able to present some level of concentration for long periods. But we know his reputation is hitting the ball down the ground like that, on this occasion all along the ground, but he's also known to hit the ball over the top. And one of the hallmarks of his game is his ability to present the full face of the bat, whether hitting over the top or along the ground. Let's see how Brown now will react to the spin. We've seen him against the pace where he likes to hit the ball on the up. You probably have to get a little bit closer to the length of the ball to play those drives.
That one held in the surface ever so slightly. An uppish for a well past point. Get to. Bringing it to 3 runs in that first over from Warrican. It's 72. In fact, 73 for 2.
Twenty 21 overs completed, and it looks like a change in ends again for Kemar Roach. I think it'd just be 1 run on that occasion. I just wonder what may have effected the change. Is that Roach prefers to come from the Malcolm Marshall end at this stage, or Warrican probably wanted to bowl from the Joel Garner end? I think that Roach may have held the sway on this one.
A preference may be given to seniority in terms of Roach there, in terms of ends, but I also think about this being the end that Jamel Warrican would have operated from primarily through that innings that he bowled to the West Indies Academy, picked up his wickets bowling from this Joel Garner end. And in that first over, you're seeing signs of possibly something in it for him from this end. Ball just held slightly in the surface, that last ball. You just wonder if it might produce 1 or 2 fault shots from a Jamaican Scorpions perspective. We're getting to the shot a little too early, and you saw that with that ball from Carlos Brown, where it's just uppish past point.
Yeah, I think you can expect 1 or 2 deliveries to maybe hold in the surface in this morning session. That's more like Kemar Roach to be back on target. The change of ends just for the first few deliveries they were ill-directed, but getting back to, you know, the choice of ends, maybe Kemar Roach could say, well, I'm the elder statesman, I have the experience, it doesn't matter which end I bowl from, and he may just, you know, accede to the preference of Jamel Warrican bowling from the Joel Garner end. But yes, from that first over from Warrican, we did see some evidence of spin.
Helped around the corner Work to be done. That's done well by Rowan Simmons coming around at fine leg. Kemar Roach back into the side, replacing Jamar Eiffel, the debutant, in round number 2. The end of the over, 75 for 2.
So no surprise that Jamal Warrican will be asked to continue. And as we said earlier, just a hint of spin there for him, getting the ball to spin away from the right-hander.
Yeah, you do get the impression that he's probably going to operate from this end, going straight towards that lunch interval. Yeah, what will be interesting, given the turn that we've seen, is that the more deadly delivery, so to speak, by that one coming back in on the angle with the arm to the right-handed batters.
And you see he's working feverishly on the management of the ball. Edge found. So just an error in judgment there from Brown. May have just misjudged the length, deceived, going back when the player forcing shot to a delivery that might have been a little bit too close.
Brown, after spending some time at the crease, looks settled, and is going to take that long walk back to the pavilion. Will be slightly disappointed, given the fact that he's just 14 minutes shy of what would have been the lunch interval. Probably a bit more pace on that one from Warrican. Just sliding on with the arm, sliding on with the angle, a fine edge, and a good smart catch being taken by Lanico Boucher. So into the wickets is Jamel Warrican. He picks up his first. It's 75 for 3. The new batter for Jamaica Scorpions is Javel Glenn, the left-handed batter, the man that they affectionately call Glenny. You think back to when he scored his list day 100, what was it, recently concluded West Indies Super 50, and it was a very emotional time for him. Here in the longer format, though, he's earned a spot in this side, and he's batting there with Jermaine Blackwood, who's got a bit of form so far in the tournament, who's got a big task ahead of him here in round number 3. So a bit of pressure that Barbados Pride can apply as we head in towards the lunch break. 75 for 3, Jamaica Scorpions. Maybe 1 or 2 wickets more than they would have hoped to lose here at the start of play.
So lunge forward. I'm so surprised that there's not another catcher in on the offside for Warrican.
Uses the feet nicely to get himself off the mark. Javel Glenn played the first round and then was asked to sit down in that round 2 that Jamaica Scorpions lost versus Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Opted to have the additional batter, and because of that, he's back into the side here today.
And obviously his reputation as a bit of a big hitter meant that Warwican opted to have the man in the deep for him at long on. But a successful second over for Warwican on already in the wickets. Jamaica Scorpions 76 for 3. It's a very strong breeze coming from right to left on your screen. So that will assist Kemar Roach in getting the ball to shape into the left-handed batter. We saw Matthew Ford from that end getting the LBW decision. And such as the breeze that I spoke about, it's just blowing the bails off.
Just thinking back to a quick conversation that I've had at the start of play, or rather just before they started play, with the coach for Jamaica, Robert Haynes. And just thinking to the fact that he said that, yes, they wanted to bat first. He knew that they would have to spend some time early in the morning, but at max, looking at 2 wickets down here, now 3. Just wondering what his assessment might be in terms of how things have progressed for Jamaica with the bat in this session. Said he would have minded, just being around that 50 mark or so. But in terms of the wickets columns, 1, fine, no problem, 2 at max. So that's 76 for 3. You just wonder, as we head towards what will be the end of this first session, where his mind is at in terms of how they fared in this first session.
It's acceptable to lose 2 wickets in the first session on the first day of a game like this, and you would expect that there will be some preparation moisture, we call it. Of course, ideally you'd like to go through the session without losing any wickets whatsoever. So that dressing room there would be a little bit concerned. But Barbados will feel as if this session so far has been theirs. And pressing here with the 2 most experienced bowlers in tandem, looking to just press home that advantage.
Yeah, you might think that Barbados pride may feel slightly justified in winning the toss and bowling first. They've picked up 3 wickets in this first session. Could have maybe had 1 more. Having won the toss and opted to bowl first, you might take this. 76 for 3. signs of maybe one additional close fielder who might come under the bat now. In front of Jermaine Blackwood. There you see Zachary McCaskey with pads and helmet on. So there's going to be 2 men on the leg side, maybe. It's looking like, in fact, no, McCaskey going across now to the offside. So a man in front on either side. Looking to apply that pressure. How does Jermaine Blackwood navigate these next 6 minutes? Pushes firmly and confidently up towards long off. Just hoping for maybe one lapse in judgment from Blackwood. Matthew Ford gets a bit tighter now. So looking for that drive on the up, a bit of a catch. Instead, he uses the depth of the crease. Blackwood and skillfully maneuvers it towards that mid-wicket region.
I think that's a bit more support there for Warwican coming up to the luncheon interval, and with a relatively, well, a new batter to the crease. This adds to the pressure. Blackwood at the non-strikers end, just giving some encouragement to Javel Glenn.
Evidence of that wind factor. Again, how strong the breeze is out there, blowing across the ground here at Kensington Oval.
So what that will do is to encourage Warwican to start that line a little bit straighter, giving it a bit more flight. So the breeze will take the ball away from Glenn in the air, and then hoping to spin it back into him. So that sounds like a lot of confusion, but that's what the spin bowler tries to do.
Yeah, a bit of an art. Just allow it to drift naturally with the wind. Just one delivery left. End this over from Warwican.
You see the temptation there for Glenn, but he just withheld at the last moment. No damage done, 77-3.
There's going to be a change of bowling now from that Malcolm Marshall end. It's going to be Shem Alexis Holder, the off spinner, into the attack. Picked up at 6-wicket haul in that first innings versus the West Indies Academy, and was pretty much the reason why they were able to 2-for-1 the Academy in that game. So looking at the time, this could potentially be the last over before we head to lunch. A bit of a conversation at the moment between Crawford and Captain Craig Brathwaite. Something to do with time. Not sure what it is, but it looks as if everything is settled now. Or maybe not, because he's now converging and conversing with umpire Duguid. Looks as if it's all good now. And he tells him, right arm over to you, Jermaine Blackwood. Just a one-man back pad in front of Blackwood on this occasion. Oh, trouble. The wrong end. Oh, it could have been disaster. It could have been deadly. It could have been lights out for one of them. But just a case of throwing to the round end on that occasion.
Huge mix-up. And not what you expect. Certainly the last over before the scheduled lunch interval. And the batter's just having a discussion in the middle now. And Glenn was a long way down. And Boucher took a very high return, got it onto the stumps, but luckily Blackwood was able to get back into his crease.
Yeah, had that throw gone to the other end, certainly would have been lights out for Joel Glenn. Would have been left down the river without a paddle, as they say. So 4 deliveries. We've just got word that we will in fact continue until 12:15, and maybe that was the conversation that was had out in the middle. Umpires talking to the skipper Craig Brathwaite and through those walkie-talkies that they have on the field. So continue to 12:15, but what we don't have is a reason for it. But we proceed.
Well, the over rate is a bit slow. Just 26 overs in the first hour.
That's in front of the man on the cover boundary, Jamel Warrican, and it beats him into the ropes now. Lovely timing on that one from Jermaine Blackwood.
Yeah, a bit of a gift there. Full length delivery and no real spin. And the Blackwood is, very strong on the drive. And Jamel Walker may have been just wrong-footed at the last moment. The hamstrings may have been just pinging as he was trying to get to that one.
At the end of that over, it's 83 for 3. So we won't be heading off for lunch as previously expected, as the time is now 12:03. There's going to be drinks, and then we continue just after that. second water break completed as we get ready for what will probably be another 10 minutes of cricket before we get towards the lunch interval here on day one, round 3 of the action between Barbados Pride and Jamaica Scorpions. 84 for 3 the Scorpions are after Barbados Pride won the toss this morning and opted to have a bowl first. You just wonder if maybe Captain Craig Brathwaite, had he known somewhat prior that the luncheon interval wouldn't have been taken until 12:15, if maybe he might have allowed Kmart Roach to maybe bowl another 1 or 2. So it's Warwick to come after that second water break. Operating once again with 2 men in front of the bat.
Blackwood confidently onto the front foot. Drive. He has to be in control of the shot. Just a catcher just to the left. There's out to your screen there. So he has to ensure that he's in total control and not to play the ball airborne.
Even though, yes, they're professional batters out there, professional cricketers, you just wonder how much something like a slight change in timing might impact the manner in which they might have gone about their innings. Naturally, both batters would have known coming towards that 12 o'clock period that it would have been the lunch break and would have kind of just adjusted into going into what we might consider to be that shell, into just shutting down to get themselves towards that break. Now learning that there's an additional 15 minutes for them to still be out there. How much might that just impact the rhythm of them or the thinking of them? Short and crunched away. Bad delivery there from Warwick and given the treatment.
Seems as though that one just got stuck in the fingers. And that was a rank long hop. And boy, did it get smacked. The fielder at setting it off was taking evasive action, and the fielder at short extra cover, he was trying to get out of the way as well. I wouldn't exactly call that a chance, but the ricochet could have easily gone either to the keeper or to the forward short leg. So plenty of action in that over, but no damage to the Jamaican Scorpions. It's 88-4-3.
Substitute in Jamar Eiffel on the field. just seems to be pushing through the ball slightly quick here, Shem Holder.
Yeah, he seems a bit more comfortable to push the ball through when, in my view, I think he's been more effective when he's slowed it up. It was in the air, but well away from the fielder at the mid-wicket position. Yeah, the thing about bowling it a little bit slower is that it gives it a bit more time to grip and turn. And certainly I found in the second innings of the last game, he was certainly bowling a lot quicker and, in my estimation, again, less effective. That's a lot better delivery there. And you know, sometimes, Joel, the players can complicate things and trying to be too clever, trying to mix it up too much. Whereas your finger spinner is really meant to display a level of consistency and control. Now that's one of his better overs. 28 overs completed, and it's now 88 for 3.
Yeah, just to pick up on that point you were making in terms of his pace. You mentioned that second innings versus the West Indies Academy. And yeah, it was considerably quicker, considerably flatter as well during that innings. And then we flash back what would have been to the first innings of the West Indies Academy, and he was a lot slower. You see, just held deliveries back a bit more and picked up the 6 wickets in that innings. You just wonder what might have prompted the change between that first innings where he picked up the 6 and the second innings for the West Indies Academy, and even here at the start of the morning in terms of what has dictated the type of pace that he's opted to bowl on the surface.
That's a lovely cricket shot from Blackwood, just going deep in the crease. And again, he has this ability to present the full face of the bat. To the on drive off the back foot. Not an easy shot to play. You just get the impression that Javel Glenn is just itching to get after the spinners.
Well, you said it, and there it is. Well, he scratched that itch, and it's produced a 6.
Well, you did ask about the mindset as one approaches the interval, but I think Javel Glenn, see ball, hit ball. That's the way he plays, and he may argue that that's his strength. I don't think Warren will mind him going after him at this stage.
Well, they can bring runs, they can also produce chances. There's a song that says, "You're living dangerously." I think that's what we're seeing at the moment. It was settled in towards that get to the end of the break. A few more minutes to bat. And he's just opening up a bit here, Glenn. Gets back and crunches that one out towards deep mid-wicket. Just for the single, though. It's so interesting that some say, yeah, go into that defensive mode, get yourself to the break. Others say, just play your natural game.
It's really all about risk management. And one may argue that your natural game may be to hit the ball a long way, but if there's a long on in place, then you sort of weigh that into the equation.
Blackwood, on the other hand, comes forward and solid in defense. 29 bowled, 96 for 3. $12:15 now, but looks as if we'll get another one in before we get towards what will be at the end of session number 1. Day number 1 of this round 3 encounter. So quite possibly could be the last over before lunch here, being bowled by Shem Holder. Well, sent back. Direct hit, but he gets back home in the end. So a couple nervous moments in the running between Blackwood and Glenn.
I think the turning seems to be the issue for Glenn once he was sent back. As they say, the QE2 would turn quicker.
Clipped into the leg side. And hits that boundary rope. So a bit of momentum coming into the innings now for Glenn.
Well, that was very well struck. A lovely shot. Playing against the spin, but he got to it on the full and struck it quite firmly. And I think if Glenn survives until the luncheon interval, we could be in for some entertainment post-lunch.
I do like him as a character, Javel Glenn. He brings a lot of personality to the cricket. Clears the man at mid-off. Clears the man at long off. And bang! Into the glass. He's not going to die wandering here, Javel Glenn.
Now, what could Blackwood be possibly telling him? I wondered about that man at the wide long off position, and that's the reason why he's only a spectator. Right on the boundary, but Glenn was back in his own ability and took on the fielder in the deep.
This is the natural game of Javel Glenn. Once it's in his hitting arc, he's going to trust his abilities to go through the line of it. He's a young man with a big heart, Javel Glenn. And he's worked his way back into this first class setup. Spent some time away on the fringes of the Jamaica franchise. Got back into the Liste side of things during the Super 50 last year, and he performed very well on the back of that and other performances in Jamaica cricket. Found himself now with a spot in the first class team. Got quite a few hundreds playing at the local level in Jamaica across last year. The end of an exciting over. 106 for 3.
Well, play is going to continue. We're still trying to get some information from our producer as to what's clearly going on. It seems to be an issue in the dressing room. Don't know if it's a delayed arrival of the lunch, but we're continuing. It's going to be Warwick Can. Fielders close enough, taking some punishment already this morning. They're well protected with shin guards, helmet, etc. Eiffel, the substitute fielder. They're coming in at mid-on and hitting the stumps direct, but easily taken single. Again, evidence of the breeze. I think it was Ramon Simmons there, hat blowing off, which has been quite blustery this morning.
Just out of sheer curiosity, Hendy, in a scenario like this, and I'll get back to it after this ball from Warwick Can. But in a scenario like this where you now have an extended first session, who does it favor in a way? Does it more so favor the batting side given the position that they found themselves in, or does it lend itself more so to the bowling side?
I think that assessment will probably come after when the break is eventually taken, but from the approach of the Jamaican batters, they don't seem to be too much affected. The Glenn in particular, he's still playing with that positive mindset. As you said, instinctively, you would be a little bit more cautious leading up to the interval. They've been given word as to what time is likely to be, so they're playing the natural game. So there's really I guess there's no real significant advantage at this juncture.
$107 for 3 after 31 overs. Yeah, reason that question popped into my brain, because I was actually thinking about it more so from a Javel Glenn perspective, and the fact that he would have only faced, I think I make it 2 overs before having to head into that lunch break. And now because of the extended session, it almost allowed him to have a little more time to get going in the middle. Had we gone to lunch, would have had played those couple expansive shots, would have had to restart again. So in a way, I'm thinking it's allowed him to just get a little more comfortable at the crease, get a little more settled, and get into what is his natural style of playing. I'm thinking that maybe it might work a little more in his favor, not necessarily an overall team perspective. Well, then again, if it works in his favor, it works in the team's favor. But yeah, I think it's just allowed him that just extra time to, I don't know, just be out there in the sunshine and get his gears going.
Yes, I appreciate that perspective, but what I will say is that one more wicket will augur well for Barbados, and they will think it was worthwhile the extra time.
Well, it's the left arm seamer in Ramon Simmons to return now from that Malcolm Marshall end. And yeah, you're right. At the moment, you're seeing it work slightly for Javel Glenn. You see him open up a bit more. You're seeing runs starting to tick over. But then one more wicket will balance that conversation and say, well, would you have taken that amount of time for those runs, or you prefer to have the additional wicket in hand?
Yeah, we just saw the bails going again. Now Blackwood, who, again, for his past in his career, we've known him to be a very pugnacious batter with a high strike rate. He's obviously a bit more experienced now, probably has a little bit more appreciation for spending time at the crease. He does love to take on the fast bowlers and hit them down the ground.
You might start to see Blackwood open up as you get into that second session of the day. He's batting with a measure of responsibility here this morning, especially when you think about the fact that they've lost John Campbell relatively early in the piece, and Campbell is somebody who has laid a very good platform for the Scorpions throughout this championship so far. So when you lose a batter who's got 100 and 250s very early in a game like this, somebody has got to pick up that responsibility. And so far, it appears as if Blackwood is willing to put that load on his back. has been quite solid on that back foot, Blackwood. 32 overs bowled. It's 107 for 3.
That's good batting. He's already played the big shots, Javel Glenn, so the fielders are maybe slightly on the heels, but he's also showing that he has the awareness to just drop the ball into the gaps for the single.
And that's what you want to see, and that's something that we talked about in that first game that was played here at Kensington in terms of Westies Academy versus Barbados Pride. Past that man at cover, and work to be done for Shem Holder. Does that work well? But yeah, just a case of batters who have played the big shots and have caused the field to be spread, but then lacking the ability to take advantage of that and then work the ones and twos and get that inning still ticking over. And quite a few of them have fallen simply because after the protection has been placed on the boundary, they've run out of shots to play, run out of the ability to manipulate the field and the fielders. Continues to look solid, does Blackwood. 33 bowled. It's 110 for 3. Seemed maybe slightly rushed with that one, Javel Glenn, but in the end still played it well, you might say.
I think it's when he's pushed onto the back foot, his footwork is not as assured. So it looks like if he's hurrying, it may have something to do with his balance, because he's quite keen to get onto the front foot. Again, a tight single, but it forces the mistake. And now they'll be able to pick up the second run from the misfield.
Had that been a clean pickup from Kemar Roach, it could have potentially spelt danger just now. I think maybe just misjudging that single. I think that's what Blackwood is here talking to Glenn about. Can't afford to lose a wicket via that run-out route.
Again, you see the shorter length delivery where Glenn appears to be hurried. And I think is that his natural game and his natural instinct is to get on, to press onto the front foot. When the length is pulled back slightly, he has to make that adjustment, and it's almost like a shuffle on the crease. So it looks hurried.
A clip towards fine leg region. A nice partnership is built here between Blackwood and Glenn. Is a partnership that the Scorpions needed. Chases a wide one. Does Blackwood to finish that over. 113 for 3. And it is also lunch here. So a marathon first session comes to an end at Kensington Oval. Barbados Pride, they won the toss, opted to have a ball first. And Jamaica Scorpions, they are 113 for 3. Hendy Wallace, let's take a quick look at that session. Your thoughts on how things progressed in session number 1?
Well, I think that Barbados had the upper hand. We saw Kemar Roach starting things for Barbados, coming back into the side. And a couple of positive shots earlier from the opening partnership before Campbell was strangled down the leg side, pretty much against the run of play. Possible chance there in going between the third slip and the gully. But boundaries were aplenty for the Jamaica Scorpions. I thought this was the best shot of the morning. And then an errant judgment by McKenzie. And then Brown, who did a lot of hard work, being dismissed. Jermaine Blackwell to put away some bad deliveries. And then we saw the power of Javel Glenn against spinners. This one was a very big shot, even although there was a field in the deep. He's shown exactly what he's capable of doing. So all in all, I would say with the elongated session has probably made it even Stevens, with the Jamaica losing the 3 wickets. I think Barbados would have settled for that in the morning session, given a 2-hour period, but it's gone a little bit longer for 2.5 hours. And I think that Jamaica Scorpions will be relatively happy to have only lost the 3 wickets, but to have 113 runs on the board.
Oh, the words of Hendy Wallace, even Stevens at lunch on day number 1. We take a break here. And when we come back, it's more action between Barbados Pride and the Jamaica Scorpions.
(2024), the year of Amir Jangu. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past, growing up in Trinidad. Who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-hander to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who were some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Jangu?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him on matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, two special players that I have kind of replicated my game to, being wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. You got another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in a West Indies under 19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously, it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Alzari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under 19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously, there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously, missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Frederica, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup, and that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Jangu pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket, celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list day 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I wanted to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list day 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to show. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest. And when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture. And I saw it was Darren Sammy. And then he told me that I was selected. And he saw me batting at the list A level. And he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room. And I told them the news. And it was such a special moment for us. And something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. We see when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up
One.
top. Oh, Roti can be one, man.
What do you mean?
Are you mad or?
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No more.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Harry, what's your lock screen then? You're done. What's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
It's crazy, man, because me and Jaden, we're really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked to me, and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad and looked at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. Started here 13 So I was in second year high school. And as a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. Were here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here. It was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-strikers end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a Test for 2 years. So, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a Test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first Test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second Test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first Test match, and for me it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and yeah, you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a Test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left, and we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left, and I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we're here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lavon, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first Test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honor for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant, even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was just it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
attempt, got in.
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
Big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do and be prepared to put some hard yards in before so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. It's something that I've admired with Kemar. His skill sets, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously injuries help. Obviously I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, in terms of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and you know, it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing so long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing, and he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, Legend, what do you think about this, and what we think? And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game, this didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us, and it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice, and I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I wasn't playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff. And it was always with the band that back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Roach's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me, because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we would have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well, when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back. And he said, so what to do? I said, just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm. And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And that to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you, if you had to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's that period is I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I had with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that line.
So Kemar Roach to continue. Bowling to Glenn. Big left-hander. Seems as if he's been brought up on the ackee and saltfish of Jamaica. Big, strong man he is. Hits the ball with tremendous power. And my word, he clouted Jamal Warkan high over the top of long off into the 3W stand. If you know Kensington Oval, the second tier was a big hit from a big man. He's on 22 and hits the ball pretty hard. Former England Test cricketer with me, Roland Butcher. Roland, good afternoon to you. 114 for 3. Blackwood looking good on 21. Glenn started a little shakily on 23. Your expectations for the second session?
I think this, Andrew, first of all, good afternoon to you and all of our listeners and viewers. I think it's a pretty good pitch for batting. I'm not convinced that Barbados made the right decision to insert Jamaica. I think probably, batting last, you're putting yourselves at a disadvantage.
Yeah, interesting conversation they had earlier with Hendy Wallace about the decision, having won the toss, to bowl first. I tend to agree with you. I think that bat first, good conditions, the pitch will deteriorate. Well, they normally do. And you would want to get a Jamal Warkan, your left arm spinner bowler, last on this, if it goes into the fourth day. Here's Roach. That's the beauty.
And not just that, Andrew. I think if you pick up from the last game, Barbados batted really well, so the confidence is high. They got a big total on the board first game, control the game. I would have expected them to do exactly the same thing, control it, and then bowl last.
And they won the toss and elected to bat on that occasion and made 581. You're right. By the way, that was a no-ball bowl by Kemar Roach. He's got 3 sips waiting. Looking for his second wicket, bowling to Blackwood. This is the oldish kind of bowl now, and You could see it swinging, started on the top of that off stump. He got it square in the offside. Luckily for him, it went along the ground, but he was deceived with the outward movement from Kemar Roach. It'd be interesting to see what Roach does now. Will he try to bring the ball back, having produced a good outswinger last delivery?
Yeah, Blackwood, when he drives, you often feel as if the ball's going to go in the air.
Now that was thrown wide the off stump, inviting the discretion. Blackwood says, no, I won't be drawn into that kind of indiscretion. He allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper. 1:15 for 3. The Jamaica Scorpions are batting at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, a nice little partnership being built here between these two. Obviously, Glenn came in just before lunch after the fall of that third wicket. At that point, I think it might have been 70 for 3. Things had changed from being even Stevens. Barbados suddenly was in the initiative, but I think this partnership now has evened up the contest once more.
Yeah, I agree with that. Barbados would have gotten 3 wickets in the first session, but these two they're aggressive players. We know that Blackwood is the type that will bat until the cows come home and make 100. Glenn will give you a chance. I thought he started shakily. I was a little bit surprised that Working didn't attack him more. Now they've got the long off and long on in. Just before the break, he lifted a ball from the man who's bowling now. Holder over long off for huge 6. Holder to start from the southern end, the second door after the break. So in addition to the long off and long on, there's a man on the mid-wicket boundary, or forward square. And there's a holder tempting Glenn. 3 men on the offside, saving 1. There's a backward point, shortish, short extra cover and an extra cover. Interesting field. So the cat and mouse game continues. That was a little bit close to the off stump, so he had to play there. Holder wouldn't want to give any loose delivery here. This is good bowling. Sometimes you just drop the runs, and although you're not getting wickets, you're exerting pressure all the time and can lure a batsman into indiscretion. So the over comes to an end. A maiden bowl by Shem Holder, 1:15 for 3.
Yeah, maiden over, but quite a knock case over really by Shem Holder. 3 or 4 short balls outside the off stump. And Shem, obviously the plan now is to bowl defensively. I didn't see any attack in that over, just bowling outside the off stump, short and wide. Maybe Barbados have decided they're going to try and consolidate instead of keep attacking.
Well, Roach will continue. Got the prize wicket of John Campbell. First wicket to go. Strangled on the leg side. A very good catch taken by the keeper Boucher. Here's Roach. Blackwood continuing to be a very important cog in Jamaica's wheel. And he's responded to the challenge admirably so far. It's been a controlled innings. He's got 21 from 46 balls. Must have surprised him. We don't normally see that kind of a delivery from Kemar Roach. Banged in short.
Yeah, well, he's tried it a few times against the other batters. First time against Blackwood and played it quite awkwardly. I think Blackwood was looking initially probably to just ramp it over the slips. There's no third man in place. As you know, he scores in funny areas, Blackwood.
They've got a fielder position at short, extra cover. There was a shot of catch it. The ball went off the bat of Blackwood in the air, but falling short of the field at that short, extra cover area. So there's a plan. So this is interesting in that we've had some 10 balls bowled and not a run scored. Now, you may begin to wonder, why is Andrew saying that? But I've seen so often at this level, batsmen not scoring then would just be a victim of his own indiscretion. So this is interesting stuff going on here now. That's a powerful drive to cover. Will it have the legs to get to the boundary? Yes, it does.
Yeah, not quite a half volley, but nicely put away by Blackwood. Not afraid to go for shots if the ball is there.
Yeah, and as a result of not scoring, as you said, it was a length delivery and coming forward. It was just outside the off stump and went away through extra cover. Slowed as it got to the boundary, but was able to get there eventually. So Roach finishes another over, and it's now 119 for 3.
Yes, good steady progress by the Scorpions.
So Javel Glenn will continue. But it's just trying to drop those runs on the offside with that short point, short extra cover, and extra cover. But he gets off the edge, down to the boundary, and will go for 4. Now that was as a result of not scoring. It was a loose shot, but he got away with it.
Yeah, not intended in that area, but he was hitting it squarely offside. Got it very fine.
Yes, he did. And I'm firmly of the view that's as a result of not scoring, the impatience coming in. But he got away with it. Everyone needs a bit of luck. Wow. Had to give. I predicted that, you know. I did indeed. Exert some pressure on the batsman, and then there's indiscretion. And Glenn departs. Hold the strikes.
Yeah, I think Glenn will be very disappointed with this mode of dismissal. Yeah, just really, all he did was just threw the bat to a wideish delivery, stayed inside the line.
I think you got to give Barbados some credit there. I think Captain Brathwaite got it right. 3 fielders on the offside, drawing up that single, the long off and the long on. Now, in those circumstances, that long off and long on, attacking fields, bowled it wide of the off stump. And there was Glenn. As you say in Bajan parlance, he was licorice. Went for the big drive, edge found, catch taken at slip, and he departs. But from one big man to another, here we go. Have a look at that.
Yeah, why the ball was foot nowhere near the pitch of the ball, just all arms.
Yeah. Easy catch taken, as you said. Not a good way to get it at all. But, you know, I just felt it building all the time. You got to give Holder some credit. He bowled it wide, tempting the batsman. So Glenn would have made a lucky 4 from the last, 15 balls he faced, and in the end he got out. Now Barnes is the new batsman. Big man. Huge guy as well. Seems as if he eats an extra plate of ackee and saltfish there in Jamaica, along with some living banana. Hello to our friends in Jamaica. Here's Holder to bowl to him. Well, they seem to know him because they've got the cover on the boundary. Long on, widish on the boundary. Make that long on.
But Andrew, that man on the boundary extra cover is a staple fielder.
Yeah, it is. Good work by the short mid-wicket to cut out that single, keeping the pressure on. Yeah, it's interesting that captains nowadays like to have that field on the long off, on the extra cover boundary. We'll invite your thoughts on that, though, as the over comes to an end. 124 for 3. Why is it that Barnes will be facing his first delivery, Roland Butcher? You should know, having played at the highest level, that he would start with a cover on the boundary. What's the thinking there? Talk to me.
Andrew, you've asked me a question that I am struggling to answer. I don't quite understand. A batsman hasn't faced a delivery yet, and you're going to have a field on the extra cover boundary. And it's not something that happens now and again. It happens all the time. It's the same thing Blackwood. Blackwood hadn't faced a ball from Shen Holder, and there was a deep extra cover.
Yeah. Is it that they're playing the batsman on reputation rather than the state of the match?
I mean, Warwick Khan was there on the boundary, and the ball still went past Warwick Khan for 4. He drove it through extra cover, and he couldn't get there. So it makes no sense to me, but maybe I'm a bit out of touch, Andrew.
So Roach attacking again with a short delivery, discomforting Blackwood. He gets a single down to that forward square area. And this is the second time in the last 2 overs we've seen Roach attack Blackwood with a short ball, and it got rather big on him. You know, I don't support the blue, and I know that I may be in the minority, that the pitches in the Caribbean are as slow as we make them out to be. I just think that we really don't have the fast bowlers around. That was an effort delivery from Kemar Roach, and it discomforted Blackwood. Now Barnes will get his first ball from Roach. Good to see umpire Gregory Brathwaite in the box, of course, president of the Barbados Umpires Association. Must be a bit concerned, I would think, that there are no Bajan umpires here for the second game. We've got 2 umpires from Guyana, Nigel Duguid and Sean Crawford. In the first match when the Barbados Pride played against the West Indies Academy, Jackie Williams from Jamaica Chris Wright, the two umpires. So I'm sure that when I come off air, Mr. Bradford will explain to me why no Barbadian umpires. And Roland, as I said that, he wants to leave. He's in the box with us. Good to see him, looking as fit as ever. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite. And he's actually brought the rain. Where did that come from? So the cover's been brought onto the square, and all of a sudden, you got a drizzle here.
Yeah, well, Andrew, you can't see above on the other side, but you can see it raining. As I peep away to my left here, it's actually raining in the distance. So it just finally got here. But yeah, I mean Gregory Brathwaite is here. I'm sure he'll come and talk to you, Andrew. He loves talking to you.
So the covers firmly on the square and getting very overcast, coming from the St. George Valley. So it looks as if we may have a bit of an interruption here. Getting harder. The weather was absolutely brilliant this morning when I had my early morning jog. And then when we started at 10 o'clock, lots of sunshine. In fact, Barbados was pregnant with golden sunshine, but now strong breeze, and you can see there the covers and the ground staff having a time to control those covers. In fact, the people at the Met Office put out an advisory saying that there will be strong winds in Barbados. Well, it's saying that the winds are always on the side of the ablest navigator, and the ground staff looking to navigate this. So we've got high winds and we've got rain at the Kensington Oval, the region's mecca. 125 for 4. So it looks as if we may be in for a delay, which is not going to be 5 or 6 minutes. Beginning to rain pretty heavily here at Kensington. It's quite unusual this time of year. Of course, with climate change now, anything can happen. In fact, in the mornings, just around 5:30 at this time of the year, normally it will be bright, and now by 6 o'clock it's still dark. Hence I've had to delay my jog in the morning. This rain came from nowhere really. Ground staff doing a pretty good job despite the high winds to get the covers firmly in the square. With the Jamaica side 125 for 4. So on that evidence you would think maybe a slight advantage to Barbados. Gentleman there is very much in control, not driving too quickly. And I suppose we'll come up with some reinforcements. Yeah, they're putting the stakes down now. So the Barbados Pride this morning won the toss, and Kemar Roach back in the side started. Lovely drive through that cover area. And there was a drive square in the offside with the spinner coming into the attack. Lowered into discretion, catch taken. That's good bowling by the off spinner. Glenn coming onto the front foot. The last man to go caught at slip after some extremely good bowling by Shem Holder, who got 6 wickets for 70 against the academy. So just a quick recap really with the Barbados team, the Pride winning the toss and electing to bowl first, something that the gentleman to my right was surprised in terms of that decision, talking about Roland Butcher. So it's 125 for 4. Blackwood, very experienced batsman, is on 26. I wouldn't say a former West Indies batsman because of course he would want to make his way back in the side. Barnes has got 1, and as it looks as if the rain is just abated a bit, what we're going to do is to take a quick break and come back hopefully to bring some action in a couple of minutes time. Welcome back to Kenton and Novo. Yes, the rain is no longer with us. We're quite happy. 125 for 4, the Scorpions inserted by the Pride of Barbados. The action will resume shortly, 2:35 I'm told. But before we get to that, it's my distinct pleasure to welcome a man who has been around for a long time doing cricket. From the university days, he was very much involved. Now he's at the BCA, in case you know what I'm talking about, the Barbados Cricket Association, as their marketing and communications man, Stephen Leslie. If I knew your middle name, I would have called it. How are you, my friend? Nice to see you.
Andrew, I'm doing well, and it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon.
And your smile is as broad as the region's Mecca. And why are you smiling? Simply because something historic is happening at Kenton and Oval. Let me give you a background. In 1978, CBC, the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, started local cricket in Barbados. I got involved when I was 18 or so, and I've been doing it for quite a long time, but I'm in the November of my career. Stephen Leslie only recently was able to do a deal that is above board. Of course, the deal is that local radio is carrying the cricket. Isn't that a newsflash? It is, because we've had challenges with radio in relation to ball-by-ball commentaries. But there's more. This coverage is now on CBC TV. Stephen, tell me all about it.
Yes, Andrew, it was long in coming in terms of the ability to be able to expand the coverage on both radio and television. We would have done in 2024 all of the local cricket matches which were streamed, and there were plenty of people who were very happy with the opportunity. With the regional cricket 2025, we were able to speak with CBC, and I must also give kudos to Cricket West Indies for also being part of this arrangement and giving us the opportunity to bring live television coverage on CBC TV, live radio coverage on 94.7 FM, and it's really a breakthrough that we're very proud of at the Barbados Cricket Association.
And not only for this game, of course, for the rest of the matches here in Barbados.
Yes, it extends to the other 2 home matches, which are going to be held in the month of March against the combined campuses and colleges, March 5th to 8th, and also against the Trinidad and Tobago team. That's March 12th to 15th. So live coverage from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's going to be a wonderful journey for everyone involved.
Just before you go, the players are coming onto the field. Your local season starts when?
At the moment, conversation is looking like if it's going to be in the month of April 2025.
April, just around the corner.
Just around the corner. And again, we want to be able to make it a wonderful year for local cricket. And again, to be able to bring this coverage is really a landmark achievement by the BCA, and we're really proud. And the team that we've assembled under your management to do the commentary, we want to commend everyone for the great job that has been done.
So just before you go again, Stephen Leslie of the BCA, the man in charge of marketing. If things go wrong, they'll fire you, Stephen. Things have gone right. Cricket on local radio, ball by ball, and on the local television station. Tell us about it once more time.
Yes, it's going to be something that we're going to be able to have here for the Jamaica game and the other 2 games in the month of March, and we want everyone to be part of the journey.
All right, thanks to Stephen Leslie, doing a wonderful job at the BCA. And now it's time to have the cricket restarting. 125 for 4. And Kemar Roach will continue to see what he can do. Here we go, the first ball after the resumption. Blackwood has not handled Roach as well as he would want to. Just prodding the pitch now. A pitch with a greenish tinge on it. Roach has tested him with a couple of short deliveries. Sun is just beginning to peep out at the region's Mecca. Barbados in search of a wicket before the break. Jamaica looking to stand firm. Now this is very good bowling by Roach. He's come back in for his third spell of bowling and has been spot on. 125 for 4. So Shem Holder will continue with his off breaks. Bowling to BB, Brad Barnes. Strikes me like a batsman that wouldn't, as we would say in Caribbean parlance, muck around. Big, strong man. Barnes, of course, is a pretty well-known name in Jamaica. The famous Ed Barnes. I remember when he first started out doing commentaries. That's a long time ago. It was Ed Barnes who gave me a call and said, Andrew, I'm hearing you across the Caribbean. I want you to come to the land of wood and water. Paid for my ticket, put me up at the Jamaica Pegasus. So I'm grateful to the great Ed Barnes. I think he's still on local radio, one of the finest sports broadcasters in Jamaica. Of course, Jamaica, land we love. Blackwood has been very controlled here. He's normally an attacking batsman. Very important cog in Jamaica's wheel. And will want these batsmen to stay with him to get the Jamaicans up to a good score. Is there, he's gone, given. Inside edge, onto the pad, taken by Richards. Umpire Crawford had a look and said, you must go, Mr. Barnes. More success for the Barbados team.
Barnes not appear to be happy with the decision. He's indicating that it's come off his elbow, but Barbados celebrate.
Yeah, he didn't look happy at all. And he's remonstrating. There's a match referee, my friend. Yep. Talk to me about that, Roland Butcher. You had a look. We'll look at it again, but looks to be all pad to me from that, from what I saw earlier. But we're going to take a closer look. Here we go. Well, the umpire took a long time to give it. What do you think, Roland? Talk to me.
Looks very paddy, but let's have this.
Well, from that angle, looks like all pad to me, I must admit. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go again. Put your eyes on it. Forward, pad, forward, short leg. I'm not sure there was any bat there, but he was given. And, well, Barbados get a wicket. And down comes the rain. Now, coming forward. Good, easy catch, really, taken by the fielder up at that forward short leg here. Richards, who occupies that position. But another wicket. The Scorpions are beginning now to slide. They won 27 for 5. Barnes back in the pavilion. As we were saying, Caribbean parlance for bingo numbers. Barbados players going up the steps of the Garfield Sobers Pavilion. But what a wicket to get. And Barbados being able to strike twice in quick succession. 39 overs and 4 balls gone. You would think that when you look at the squad of Jamaica Scorpions at 1, 27 for 5, advantage Barbados.
Yeah, perfect time to strike, really. A break was coming up anyway, but it's come a bit early with this rain, and Barnes not at all happy to be given out LBW. Ball turned a little, just ballooned off the pad, taking that short leg, and the umpire raising his finger. So Jamaica just losing their way somewhat. 127 for 5. So Barbados very much in the ascendancy as covers are being pulled across the ground, and you can see the rain going across Kensington Oval. They'll stake those covers down just to ensure that they stay in the right position. But Barbados will be rejoicing at this break that they've picked up the 5th wicket and justifying the captain's decision to ask Jamaica to bat. So 127 for 5. We've had 39.4 overs.
So, another interruption. Very nagging, really. In fact, in Ghana, they call it woman rain. First time I went to Ghana, I think it would have been the late 80s. It just kept raining and raining. Barbados were involved in a match at Border, which is not used, of course, for international cricket anymore. It's up at Providence on the east bank of Demerara, one of the 3 counties of that great country. And it just kept raining all the time. And there was this gentleman who said to me, "It's woman rain, boy." Well, I can't speak Guyanese, and ever since then, whenever I go, I always laugh when it just rains and stops like that. It says woman rain. So 127 for 5. Barbados Pride winning the toss and electing to bowl. And they will feel pretty happy with their success. Blackwood is in the way. He's got 27 from 56 balls, batting in the middle. And he's the man that will want to be inspired by his national anthem. It says, "Stir response to duty's call." 27. Barnes gone for 2. And Holders picked up 2 for 23. Roach has been good. He's picked up 1 for 33. And, of course, other bowlers used by Barbados. Jamal Warkin has got 1. He got the wicket of Brown, cutting the ball that was too close to the off stump, and really was a victim of his own indiscretion. Went back to the pavilion. But it's been a good day for them in the sunshine and in the rain of Kensington Oval. Barbados Pride will be quite happy against the Jamaica Scorpions, who are really not stinging. They won 27 for 5. But they've got a man called Blackwood who will inspire confidence in Jamaica. The last man to go was Barnes. The off spinner produced one that turned across him, and coming forward, taken by Richards. Big appeal for the catch. Umpire Crawford said yes, and look at that reaction from the big man. Barnes gone, and we just feel based on that he's a little unlucky to have been given. But of course the umpire, he's the judge, he's made the decision, and Mr. Barnes, you've got to accept it. Beautiful piece of bowling, and the wicket of Holt, who continues to enjoy success at the region's Mecca. So the cover has been put firmly on the square, and it's that kind of a day where we've had rain this morning in Barbados, And the players were off the field for just about half an hour. And after an over and a half, play being interrupted again. But in that time, Barbados picking up another scalp. The wicket of the big man, Barnes, gone, caught up at that forward short leg area. So Jamaica Scorpions, 127 for 5. We'll take a break. Let's hope that we can get some cricket pretty soon.
Well, the rain has left us, and it's time to resume here with Jamaica Scorpions 127 for 5. A couple adjustments naturally have to be made to the playing conditions. So resumption of play is 3:05 p.m. as you see the players making their way onto the field. Tea will now be at 4 p.m. with the close of play slated to be 6 p.m. and with the possibility of hopefully getting in 83 overs today. Of course, that means that tomorrow we'll be starting a little bit earlier, and play now is set to start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. So those are the adjusted conditions. As I say, good afternoon to Hendy Wallace.
Hi there, Joel. And of course, we probably should say the caveat to all that is if everything goes well from here to the close, because that shower really came. You could see the build-up to the eastern side of the ground, and it's not exactly clear blue sky at the moment. So there's every possibility. We're hoping not, but there is every possibility there could be further interruptions later, certainly before stumps, but we're hoping that the strong breeze that has remained will take those clouds away.
Well, I dare not disappoint the viewers, Hendy. I dare not disappoint them. Ball in the hand of Shem Holder as we resume. Couple starts and stops in play, and you might think with ball in hand, it certainly favors Barbados Pride. A bit of bite, a bit of turn, a bit of an ooh and an ah. Brings us to the end of 40, 127 for 5.
So some grey clouds in the background there as we look to the eastern side of Kensington Oval. And effectively what would happen is that the sprinkles you had, along with the pitch being covered for some period of time, would certainly freshen up the pitch. So there would be some moisture there, and that can assist the bowlers, fast bowlers and the spin bowlers, as we saw in the last delivery from Holder, where the ball spun quite a bit. So Roach, continuing from the Joel Garner end. He's got 2 slips in place there. He'd be looking to see if, with that moisture that I just spoke about, if it offers any assistance to him to get this ball to nip around on the seam. There's some live grass on the pitch, as you heard already. So with the freshness, it may just grip a fraction.
Yeah, it could get quite interesting from here on out as we think about what will be a session and a piece, so to speak, before we get to the close of play. Jamaica in search of another partnership. Barbados Pride in search of more wickets. You mentioned the fact that conditions might begin to favor Barbados Pride here, as that ball might come off, just skid off the pitch a little quicker. Might rush a batter or two, might find them out of position. 2 slips come into play when we think about Kemar Roach and the lengths that he's been bowling throughout the day. What I also factor in as well is that even though we now stand at 307 and naturally almost throughout the entire day, all the bowlers are still relatively fresh because of the breaks that we've had. So a couple short bursts is what we've seen so far from the seamers. So they all still have a bit of life in the legs.
And you see that last delivery, how Blackwood was able just to snap the head back a bit. And that would suggest that there was just a little bit of extra bounce, probably a bit more than he anticipated. He's been at the crease for some 60 deliveries now, so he would have a fair understanding how the pitch is playing. So he'd be looking out to see if there's much variation from what he experienced before the rain interruptions.
What I can say is that every time he's been on that back foot, he's looked quite good. Jermaine Blackwood.
And that's a challenge that Kemar Roach will have. Ideally, he'll probably want to pull Blackwood onto the front foot. Blackwood being short in stature means that a good length delivery for him has to be a little bit fuller than for the average batsman. So that's really what Roach will need to do to find that happy area to pull Blackwood onto the front foot.
The running has been quite interesting from the Scorpions. A bit of a slip and a slide in the covers. 41 gone, 128 for 5. Relatively relaxed. Looking Jamaica side there, 128 for 5. Might tell a different story. But the spin factor here could be an interesting one, because when I think about the Jamaica Scorpions setup, there are 3 spinners in their lineup.
Holder, no doubt, will be excited when he saw the last delivery of the previous over to the left-hander.
Yeah, there was a bit of bite in that one. Some bounce, some turn on offer. And it makes you wonder about the second innings for both of these sides. Whether or not you could see the spinners being the ones to decide this contest come day 3 and come day 4.
Time and again, we say this particular square at Kensington Oval doesn't offer an awful lot of assistance to the slow bowlers, because it's so hard a surface, it doesn't really deteriorate that much. And even with the footholds that are created in the bowlers follow through, the history has shown that hasn't really been that much assistance to the slow bowlers even landing in those footholds, even with the corrugated areas. As I said, because it's so hard, it doesn't really seem to have any or provide significant advantage for the slow bowlers. So it's more of a psychological thing in batting last on a surface. And we spoke about that assistance for Shem Holder. See the change now where the second slip has been put in place for the off spinner to the left-hander.
Just 1 run from that Holder over, 130 for 5.
So Kemar Roach to continue, about to begin his 14th over. So he's got a fair bit of work in already. Bowling to Blackwood.
Just that shot tells you about the measure and manner of responsibility about this Blackwood innings. Quite often we see him actually attempt to pull that one upward. But if you think about the pre-lunch session, got on top of everything, pulled it down towards that man out on that square leg boundary, and continuing in similar fashion as well. And it just gives you a slight indication in terms of how he's planning to set up this innings. And I think especially on the back of having lost John Campbell relatively early in the innings, him recognizing that he knows the most senior man that will be out there for them, and the majority of those runs must come from him.
And I suppose that's what experience means. So you have more of an appreciation for your responsibilities. He's been playing long enough. And what is expected of him, coupled with the current position his team is in, 5 wickets down. He will appreciate that occupation of the crease, along with trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over is important.
Cut him in half, but did it find the edge? Indeed it does. That dreaded finger goes up. The experience of Roach strikes again.
Disappointment there for Beckford. So that one just seemed to come back into him from around the wicket, and went between the bat and pad. It was a huge appeal, and he didn't look overly disappointed with the decision. What I found was that his hands were a little low to the ground. Roach was in absolutely no doubt. I'm just looking at how the bat was slightly away from the pad, and it just came back into him. But decision ruled in favor of the fielding team. I spoke about Kemar Roach having quite a bit of work into his 14th over now, but the reward is there for him for all to see.
Pitched up and just drawing him slightly forward. You just wonder whether or not indeed he did get back.
Yes, if he did, it came between the bat and pad, and it might have been an inside edge. There was absolutely no doubt in the mind of the keeper, who probably had the best sighting along with the umpire. But it was the variation there that was key for me. We saw a couple of the deliveries go away from Beckford, and this one on that occasion coming back into him.
Odean Smith, the new batter, and he greets Kemar Roach with one that sails over that fine leg boundary. Oh, this is Odean Smith for you.
What a way to announce yourself at the crease. We know that he is a bit of a dasher. He likes to put bat to ball, but greeted there first up with the bouncer, and he got into position, played the authentic hook shot. The cries were catch it, and the fielder on the long leg boundary was right on the boundary, and he was still looking up and looking overhead as it sailed way over his head for a very convincing 6.
What's so interesting is that Odean Smith has opted to bat some distance out of his crease, and that naturally is going to force Kemar Roach to just drag his length back just a touch.
Very confidently forward, and you say to be batting outside the crease is certainly a very confident approach to adopt. Now the rationale normally would be to try and cut down on the movement to get as close as possible to the length. But I don't know how you do that when you haven't faced the ball yet. So
just sliding more than likely on angle down the leg side. In fact, no signal from the umpire means there was bat involved as well. 43 gone, 137 for 6.
lengthy discussion there between the captain and bowler. Sham hold to continue. And the anticipation is that Odean Smith will be looking to take him on. So there are some 5 boundary riders.
Takes him on, but could fall well short of long off. He wanted 2, but sent back by Blackwood. I dare say we're in for something exciting, Hendy.
Yeah, it's the expectation, as I said, that Odean Brown will adopt the long handle, as they call it. He likes to hit 6s, and he can hit a big ball. But it's not always as easy at the start of your innings. And Blackwood is still there through all of it. He's on 30, not out. Did it carry? I think Blackwell will want the officials to intervene. It's being claimed by Ford. I'm not so sure there's the same level of confidence by the other members of his team. It was dying as it got to him. Not sure how the umpires will adjudicate on this. They're so accustomed to having the support of a third umpire, but the on-field decision has been made. Blackwood has been sent, and I suppose given the fact that the fielder has claimed the catch, and there was no reason for umpire Duguid, who was on the same side at square leg, had a relatively clear sighting of it, and he was convinced that the catch had carried.
Well, the anchor of the innings has been dislodged, Jermaine Blackwood. You just wonder if it did carry. It looks as if it did, as Matthew Ford claimed that one. And well, Blackwood, he thought otherwise. But a good diving catch forward from Matthew Ford means the end of Jermaine Blackwood. And things have gone from bad to worse for the Jamaica Scorpions. Now 137 for 7.
There we see the replay again. At least he got the batter to come onto the front foot. There was Blackwood looking to get it down to maybe the mid-on area, and the spin maybe taking the inner portion of the bat. And Ford coming forward, diving, may have just got his fingers onto it. You see he was lunging forward, and it looks like he just got his fingers on it. He was in no doubt whatsoever. And Holder, who was in his follow-through, would have had a clear sighting as well. He was convinced that the catch was taken cleanly.
It's just so interesting. And when I saw the reaction of Odean Smith, he immediately put a thumb up and said, "Nah, you're good." A new batter for Jamaica Scorpions. There's Javor Royal. But yeah, if we just think back to what we saw there, Odean Smith, who also had a very good angle of that catch. He was instantly convinced that it dropped short.
Well, yes, he gave the thumbs up, and you interpreted it to mean that you're okay. It might have been on your bike.
Well, Smith back on strike now, and the field once again spreads. Uses the feet and clears long off by some distance. Oh, he got that and a half.
Tighten your seatbelts here, folks. That was another monster hit from Odean Smith. Using his feet to get as close as possible to the pitch. And way over long off for 6.
Well, the intentions are being shown here and now by Odean Smith. This time straight, like a tracer bullet, but long off, doing quite well. A very eventful over comes to an end. 146 for 7.
This approach from Odean Smith has certainly got the Barbados captain and his senior players thinking. Going into some discussion. So I guess we can expect to see a slightly unorthodox feel for the fast bowler.
He's got the 3 slips still in play. I like that because of with the flash, you naturally tell yourself the possibility of an edge exists. Hit back firmly. There was a lot of willow behind that one for sure.
Looks like he's got a good stick as well. Just about every shot he's played, even in defense, the ball just seems to ping off the willow. Along with those broad shoulders of his. He has no fear of not being able to clear the boundaries here.
He's been known to play a cameo or two, Odean Smith, especially at this level. It's a cameo that usually puts Jamaica back to what you might almost consider to be even Stevens, depending on the length of time that he's able to carry on for. A quick fire 80, a quick fire 70 puts them in a region where they at least have something that they could bowl at in terms of a first innings total. Of course, Javor Royal, no slouch with the bat himself either. Has been known to play some very handy innings, especially when you think about the limited oversight of things. I think back to when himself in partnership with Javel Glenn in a list day match brought Jamaica from the brink to what was a very winning position then. He himself getting a quick fire 70, Javel Glenn getting his first class 100 in that one. Oh, but he's beaten. All ends up by that one. But yeah, just think about the fact that this is the time here for Barbados to capitalize on in terms of looking to wrap up this innings, get through the likes of Royal, get Odean Smith. Because if you think about them spending, let's say, 40 minutes, 50 minutes at the crease, then this 147 for 7 looks more like 230, 250, depending on how things go.
And you sense that if they stay at the crease, they will score quickly. It's not going to be made easy for them by Kemar Roach. He may be smiling now, but he's delivered a couple of absolutely magnificent deliveries. He must be very pleased with how he's bowled today. We keep mentioning, coming back from injury. We picked up that injury in Pakistan in the outfield when he took that tumbling catch. It's amazing how an injury or coming back from an injury, you still have to get your rhythm, even although it wasn't so long ago. But so far, he's been going well.
Scampers through for 1. Brings us to the end of 45. 148 for 7. Well, the Smith and Holder battle will continue. He is connecting as clean as it gets with these deliveries. He's a dangerous campaigner.
He's hitting these as clean as a whistle. The 150 comes up for the Jamaica Scorpions. And Odean Smith putting on a show here.
This one has gone sky high. Does it have the distance again? It does. On to the roof. So he's delivering a couple blows here. That is moving the score onwards, Odean Smith.
You just got the impression he didn't quite time that one. And for a moment, the field that long on appeared to be interested. He dragged that one from wide outside the off stump, which is probably where you would make a suggestion to Shem Holt to maybe just get it wide of the mark so he'd have to fetch it. But he fetched it and he made good enough contact.
Pulls that length back, as well as much quicker on that one Holder, just a single this time.
Just spoiling the figures slightly for Holder. I think that's the 4th 6 he's been struck for.
Is this in front? Umpire says not out. Shem Holder was convinced that that was his breakthrough.
Yeah, probably enough doubt there for the umpire that may have been going down the leg side or maybe even going over the top. There was a bit of bounce there. That one they're just going with the arm.
Oh, Javor Royal decides he wants to have a bit of a dance as well. Just a single for him though. Slightly expensive over, comes to an end. 163 for 7.
going to be all spin attack now with Jomel Warrican coming into the attack for the Barbados Pride. And it's always a bit of a dilemma for the captain as to how he wishes to approach it. The batters in such an attacking mode does create the opportunity for wickets. But Odean Smith at the moment, he's been dealing in sixes.
Yeah, he has, there's no doubt about that. From just 11 balls as well, hitting the ball with tremendous power. Warrican to Royale. Almost a medium pace delivery there by Warrican. Barbados, they've got to be careful here. These two can rip the bowling apart. Lovely firm drive by Royal. Look him out a bit. I've seen him before. Now the attention is turned to Odean Smith, who really has hit the ball very cleanly. Big, strong man from Jamaica. That was wide the off stump. Almost as if he was trying to hide it there. Really want to challenge here, maybe give the ball some air. Long off and long on waiting. That's going down the leg side. And where was he going there? Never a run there, but he survives. An appeal, more in optimism than a real conviction, because that was clearly headed on the leg side. So we've got some action here with Smith and Royal batting. The Jamaica Scorpions won 64 for 7.
It looks like another change again. Captain Brathwaite. We've seen enough of the exchanges with Odean Smith and Shem Holder. I think you have to give that contest to Odean Smith. He's going back now to his left arm seamer. Ramon Simmons coming back into the attack. And it's fair to say that he's still hunting wickets. And at 164 for 7, it's worth a shot to try and wrap up the innings.
The last wicket fell at 138. Here's Simmons to Royale. Starts with a typical left arm angled ball across the right hander with 3 steps waiting. Simmons looking for his first wicket.
So there's plenty of support there for Simmons. Relatively conventional field. We are seeing now that there's a slight change with the forward square being pushed back to deep forward square. 3/4 way to the boundary.
Started pretty well here. Simmons back on target. Just at the top of the off stump. Royal's role here should be to give support to Odean Smith, but we know that he likes to get on with things as well. You must see him when he gets the wicket. He's always dancing about the place. Seems to be a very chirpy kind of individual. Can bat a bit, there's no question about that. That's a good leave. It wasn't all that far outside the off stump, but his judgment was impeccable. And he watched the ball go by to be taken by the keeper. So as we head towards tea, just about 22 minutes away, let me remind all of you that the action will start tomorrow at 9:30. 9:30 because of the many interruptions today. So there seems to be a clear plan to attack Royal outside the off stump. He's lost his pace, but length and lines, I think, have been pretty good. I think he's bowled well, actually.
Yeah, no complaint there. I think he'd be pretty happy with his collection of overs thus far. Of course, for any fast bowler, any bowler for that matter, it's always encouraging to have something in the right-hand column. So his 10 overs, there's one delivery now to complete.
What if he can bring the ball back here? Let's see. Oh, as they say, he was picking the ball with his chest, banged it. It's been a very good over. Good over, as they say, tremendous probe. Hasn't picked up a wicket. Roach has got 2. And Shem Holder, the off spinner, continuing from where he left off against the academy, has picked up 3 for 47 with support from Warkan and Ford. In case you're wondering about football, of course, the Everton-Liverpool game is on the way. The Merseyside derby, 11 minutes gone, not a goal scored. Here's Warkan, looking to strike. Not with that delivery, too short. So he's maybe just afraid to give the ball here. I mean, when you've got someone big and strong like Smith that will hit you out of Barbados, you may not be inclined to give the ball some air. That was short. It was almost like a medium pace delivery.
I think the ploy is to try and keep the ball away from Odean Smith, maybe a little bit slower, a little bit wider, and just to pull the length back a bit, so to force him to fetch it, because he's not going to leave very many alone.
Royal has batted well here. Lovely firm drive down to that long off air for 1. No slash. Smith is defending.
But don't expect that too often.
I agree with you. Something's got to give here. That was perfectly pitched. He defends again. The length is good here, just on top of that middle stump.
Well, it was really the flight that impressed me. He just took the pace off and it just dipped at the last moment.
And that was a quicker one. A different line on the leg stump. So he's kept Smith quiet. Maybe Smith has decided, look, I'll just be calculated, wait for the bad ball to come along. Morgan has got the forward shot, like waiting for that, as they say, bat pad. Very good bowling. Deceived, the edge found, and it went to slip on the ground. So good over. Great variation from Wark and that over. Scorpions as we head towards tea on the first day. 166 for 7. Barbados maintaining and attacking the field all day. 3 slips for the fast bowlers. Here's Simmons. It's not a bad delivery. Well bowled.
One signal for the over there by the umpire. And it's not quick, but it's how, it's when it passes the batter. There's Royal maybe suggesting it was a little bit higher and could have been close to wide. But the head just rocked back. And that was sort of pushing back a bit. The old fast bowler is strict to try and push him back a bit and then fire that one full and straight.
He's in a good spell here, Simmons. I think he's looked good. And in fact, he hasn't picked up a wicket. But I think he's bowled well enough to have had a scalp or two. He's been bang on target. The last over was a maiden. And Royal has been very watchful, very vigilant.
And we speak about batting partnerships, but sometimes, the bowling partnership is equally as important. With Warwican keeping Smith quiet.
Now that's thrown wide, invited indiscretion. And Royal says, no, I won't be tempted.
So in having the bowling partnership, as I just mentioned, it just sort of taps into the momentum that the batting side had at the moment with Odean Smith going berserk on Shem Holder. So we just had a quiet period there for the last 4 overs or so.
So in case you're joining us for the first time, the Barbados Pride won the toss, opted to field. Campbell caught Boucher ball Roach 16. Carlos Brown caught Boucher, the keeper of Warwican, for 29. Kirk McKenzie leg before, player no shot to Ford for 19. That's gone through it off. Firm shot. Will it have the legs to get to the boundary? It does. That goes for 4. Pitched up. Driven straight down the grounds. Of course, nowadays you don't have the conventional mid-off when you play it. They tend to have that feel up at a wideish mid-off, almost extra cover. In the old time days, you would have that mid-off. Have a look at that. The field is not in your picture. So he's wideish. And that was sit pretty straight. Now he's coming across to his left a bit. That's Warwican. So the over comes to an end. So exactly 50 overs bowled now. And the Scorpions looking to these two to stage a grand recovery from 138 for 7. It's now 170 for the same 7. So the players in the dugout for Jamaica. No doubt would be inspired by the words of the national anthem. They say, stir response to duty's call. Warwican, sun looking to peep out at Kensington Oval.
Smith advancing down the pitch on that occasion, not quite getting hold of it. As Warwican has been not as predictable, he's been teasing Smith.
Since Pakistan, a lot more variation in his bowling from Warwican. Said he learnt a lot in Pakistan. at that. Beautifully bowled indeed. As the batsman was groping outside the off stump. The ball before was fast, it was flatter, that was given a bit of air, but was slower and deceived the batsman in the air.
And one of the keys for Warwican is being able to bowl the ball at a slightly lower trajectory and get it to land still on that good length.
Very sensible batting from Royal. So far has been a good partner for the pugnacious Smith. Just working the ball around. So another over comes to an end. Warwican with the wicket. And it's 172 for 7. Campbell went early for 16, a big wicket to get. Brown a cut and was gone for 29. McKenzie played no shot. And in the end, he was plumb like before. So it's been a start and stop situation in terms of the innings. Blackwood in the end got out for 30. In fact, the last man to go. So this represents a little bit of a recovery. They would love to go to tea together and come back fighting for Jamaica. Going through the gap, runs here, it'll get two comfortably.
Yeah, plenty of time to play that one. Short of a length and outside off stump. And Royal, first of all, had to ensure that he got close enough to it where he could steer it wide of that third slip position. Just a slight pause for a moment as Odean Smith at the non-striker's end seems to have a bit of a problem. He called for some attention from the dressing room. Seems like if the head guard for the helmet is absolutely soaking and dripping. Plays at so much 2020 cricket, probably doesn't spend this amount of time at the crease.
Yeah. Quite strange to see him at the crease so long. He slowed a bit, started like Usain Bolt, but with the introduction of Simmons and Warwican, hasn't been as free in his stroke play. Suppose he's also got one eye on the clock. Just about, 6-7 minutes away from the break. So let me remind you again, all concerned that the action will start tomorrow at 9:30. Simmons says, ball a good line, good length. Ball very well against the academy. Picked up 3 wickets, and there's the view that would have influenced those responsible for the final selection to stay with him.
He just put the markers on him there, Andrew. His line just suffered a fraction there, just slightly offline. That one taking Royal on the thigh pad, leg by, signaled by the umpire, but just for once, slightly off target. But yes, generally I agree with you. He is bowled quite well. Hasn't been a great deal of swing, but what he's been able to do is to maintain a good line to keep the batsman in check and also keep the slips interested.
Of course, if you're not bowling quickly, you're going to try and do something with the ball. A bit surprised that Matthew Ford hasn't had a ball. He was in operation earlier. I thought he bowled well. Matthew Ford has been out of the attack for quite a long time.
He just slips that short one in to sort of surprise the batter, but I'm still very impressed with the pace that he generates from the short ball. He's only a small man. He's got some broad shoulders, but that one certainly took off a bit, and Royal played it well, keeping the gloves well out of the way.
But carried to the keeper. So this pitch may not be as slow as you think. Let's get some fast balls on it. Banged in short, so some aggression, but just decided leg stump to end the over. 176 for 7. So that's the think tank of the Barbados team. See the manager, Colin Bowen, there. Having a look at his cell phone, playing with his glasses. Just taking them off. So that's the man. Colin Bowen is the manager. A quiet man, doesn't talk a lot. Good friend of the man to my right, Hendy Wallace. They're both Northerners. And in case you wonder what I'm talking about, deep in rural Barbados, the parish of St. Peter. Parish of the late great Owen Seymour Arthur. Interesting in that Warkan has got this city point and forward short leg in. That should have been a single, but Smith says no. Surprised you didn't take it?
Well, I think they got into a tangle at the non-strikers end, and I think it's a good sportsmanship being exhibited there.
Yeah, well, if you're going to bowl it with the city point and forward short leg, you got to get your length better than that. There's no question about it. But just before the break, he's decided, look, I'm going to just stick one or two feelers in there. And of course, the long off and long on will come into place. They'll be considered as attacking positions as well. They'll get a single. It was tight. It was pregnant with risks, but they got home.
And taking on Kemar Roach at that mid-on position. And Roach may have been just a fraction late in moving off.
Yeah. Well,
but it was a tight single.
Yeah, it was. Maybe he's in the November of his career. Nikhil joins us, the young man who's making waves across the world. Good to see him. On the leg stump, so no challenge for the batsman. Down to long on. So that long on now comes up to mid on. Partnership that continues to frustrate Barbados, a partnership of 41 so far. Just about 2 minutes to go before the break, so we will squeeze one more over in. 53 gone. 180 for 7. So Odean Smith now becomes the top scorer for Jamaica with a robust 34 from just 23 balls. And in case you're interested, his strike rate is 147.8. Took on the off spin of Shem Holder. Hit him very far, as they would say. Some huge sixes.
At one stage, his strike rate was almost 300 because he was up to 30 off just 11 deliveries. And when Jamaica look at this, you know, they'd be a little bit disappointed because so many of the top order got starts.
There's an attempt by Simmons to bowl short to Royale, who's not been all that comfortable.
Well, the thing is that you would think he's not prepared to take on the short ball in an attacking mode, and in trying to ride the bounce, one would think a close catch on the leg side, which is what they're doing now, bringing in a short leg, would be useful. So a change has been made. It seems as if that was initiated from Matthew Ford at second slip, making the suggestion to the captain.
There's no mid-on, so runs. They'll possibly look for the third here. No, they won't. Aggressive running. They would have gotten 3. So there's no mid-on there, and it was pitched up. Played slightly across it, but got it through mid-on for 2.
Well, you see that didn't fit into the game plan. Once
No.
the change was made of the mid-on being pulled around to a mid-wicket and the short leg in place, that is normally the cue that you've got to get aggressive and get under the armpit. So by bowling full length, Royal was not going to be fooled into that. He was prepared to take advantage of the offering.
Well, there's a straight wicket now, so there's still that gap. Kept a bit low. And on his haunches, battle away for his country is Royale. Caught 16. Odean Smith 34. And they've held up Barbados. Overall, Barbados will be happy at 182 for 7. Jamaica looking to these two to bat right through, as they say, until the cows and the pigs come home. But he's got the forward short leg a bit deepish, and the first ball was just on top of the off stump short, discomforted the batsman. But we've not seen the short ball since. There are 2 balls left in the over. Last 2 before the break. Will we see it here? Does he have the energy? Just have to wait and see.
So he'd be looking to put everything into this last delivery, possibly the last one before the break. Royale, as usual, having plenty to talk about.
Oh, he's a chirper. He is. Check him when he gets the wicket. He's danced all over the place. The last ball before the break. Firm drive down towards that mid-off area. And it's T on the first day of the 3rd round in the West Indies Championships 2025. The Roach 2 for 45, being top of the stack along with the off spin of Shem Holder, picking up 3. And at the break, Jamaica with an unbroken stand of 44 between Royal and Smith. 182 for 7, 54 overs gone. And this represents a fight back, because at one stage they were very much in the doghouse. They still may very well be at 138 for the loss of 7, but we've known Smith to counter-attack and Royals combat, and they've come together quite nicely for Jamaica's cause. The players troop off for tea, and just before we go, quick comment from Henry Wallace.
Yeah, I think that the Jamaican Scorpions will be pleased with this partnership between these two. But as you said, it forms a bit of a recovery. I thought Odean Smith, he laid the gauntlet down earlier clock. His very first delivery, playing that hook shot off Kemar Roach, and then more or less hitting Shem Holder out of the attack. And then they've sort of settled down a bit, but they've got the partnership going. They've been able to go to the break undefeated, and I think that will augur well for the Jamaican Scorpions after the interval to try and continue with this partnership and maybe get this score to some sort of respectability.
At the moment, 182 for 7 means that Barbados with the advantage, but cricket can change very quickly, and we do know that Smith is a dangerous customer. So the players at tea will certainly get a break. We'll be back here in about 15 minutes. Please join us then.
The umpires make their way out into the middle as we get ready for the final session of play here on day number 1. This round 3 encounter between Barbados Pride and Jamaica Scorpions. Barbados Pride in what appears at the moment to be the better position of the two, having taken 7 wickets of the Jamaica Scorpions so far. However, Javor Royal and Odean Smith have come together and have begun to put together a partnership which is showing signs of being threatening, not just from a runs perspective, but how quickly those runs are being scored. You just tell yourself, if that can continue for some time into this final session, then things could become even Stevens here on day number 1. So in terms of playing conditions, we are set and scheduled without any more breaks to be heading up towards 6 p.m. And I believe that will also be light permitting as well. And then play set to begin quite early tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. So the final session of play, I've got Hendy Wallace alongside of me. Hendy, how do you see this final session potentially shaping up?
Well, thank you again, Joel. And from what we saw the last half an hour or so before the interval, if there's anything to go by, I suspect that the Jamaica Scorpions are prepared to to continue the resistance that they've shown in that period of play. Odean Smith being the main man in terms of the aggression, and I expect him to continue in the same vein. Simply put, if he's not dismissed early, I could see him, pushing this score up to, somewhere in the region of 250 and beyond. And the fact that he scores so quickly, that will also work well. Royale has played quite well in his role in the partnership. He's been playing more of the support role. And the simple equation for me is that Barbados would need to see the back of Odean Smith quite quickly. He's got to started quite explosively, and he's shown that he can also make the adjustment where necessary, where the Barbados team was still expecting him to play the big shots, and he played a lot differently and a lot more measured as he played towards the interval.
Well, those are a couple scenarios for you as we head into this final session of play. It's going to be Matthew Ford with ball in hand from this Joel Garner end to get proceedings started in this final session. And early wickets will be the order of this session for Barbados Pride, whereas a partnership and mounting a defence will be that of the Jamaica Scorpions. And if he continues to feel outside the off stump like that, the wicket certainly might come quite quickly.
Well, very encouraging there for Matthew Ford, immediately going past the outside edge. Odean Smith, whose best form of defense is attack, but that first delivery certainly moved off the scene and created enough of an impression on captain Craig Brathwaite that he's put another fielder in that slip cordon for Ford.
And it goes straight to that man, but on the bounce. And Zachary McCaskey, the man at third slip. So good signs early for Barbados Pride. If you think maybe to 30 minutes, 40 minutes to go, it was the swinging blade of Odean Smith that attempted to calm the waters. Now here, after the break, just a little tentative at the start to get going, and this is on the back of him hitting his first ball for 6, in fact.
I think what we saw at the previous delivery that went short of the slip fielders, this gave an indication as to why the slip fielders are trying to get so close. That was a defensive shot, and the ball went to ground comfortably, well short of the fielder at that third slip position. But you would think with a flashing shot, it would probably carry a bit more distance. So it's always difficult for the slip fielders to judge where to stand. That one seemed to keep a little bit low on that occasion. Smith just reacting and suggesting that it stayed down a bit. At least he was able to protect his stumps. Still batting slightly outside the crease is Odean Smith.
Well, a swing and a miss. That one, that's what we saw in the session before lunch. And if he's to get any bat onto that, no slip fielders don't have a chance at taking it.
Yeah, it could very well be more about self-preservation, which is what I thought when the close catchers were in for the spinner. Just wondering what was going through the minds of the silly point and the forward short leg when Smith was on strike.
A maiden over to get proceedings going. After tea, it remains 1-8-2 for 7.
Shem Holder coming back into the attack for the Barbados Pride. You may remember he won on the receiving end of the onslaught from that man at the non-striker's end. But Javor Royal will be the one in strike.
Oh, Javor Royal decides he wants to put back to ball. Jamel Warrican, in fact, runs past that one. And it does result in a boundary.
Very disappointing there for Shem Holder because that one was in the air for a long time. And Warrican at the long on position, moving to his left. I may have suggested that in looking up into the sun, he wasn't able to actually pick up the line of the ball.
Well, catches the cry. Warrican attempts to get under it. And he spills it over the boundary rope. Shem Holder is slightly disgusted with the effort.
And understandably so. It was in the air for a long time. Totally miss it. But it seems as if that breeze from east to west was taking the ball away from Shem Holder. Sorry, away from Warrican all the time. And Warrican never really got into a good position.
Brings up the 50 partnership between the pair. Long off, now goes back onto the boundary as well. This time Royal says he's just going to pat it towards short mid-wicket. So 2 balls and effectively 2 chances, you might say, from Royal.
Given the approach, it seems like if these 2 batters have decided, well, Shem Holder's got to go. He's the one that they're going to take their chances against.
This time he goes along the round and Warrican does the fielding. Could have had that early breakthrough that they were looking for. Barbados Pride would have brought a new batter to the crease, a tail ender at that. Well, he's not going to tempt Odean Smith with anything that is slow and flighted at all.
Very fast hands there from Odean Smith. Even on the back foot, looking to smack that one through the extra cover. That's 56 overs completed. And the Jamaica Scorpions up to 193 for 7. Shem Holder being the most successful bowler for the Barbados Pride, but a tad expensive, mainly at the hands of Odean Smith and, to a lesser extent, Jervon Royal. It's going to be Matthew Ford. Firmly played on that occasion. No ball called by umpire Duguid. Ford may have been just striving a little bit for a bit of extra pace.
Got a highest first class score of 46 for Royal. As I mentioned before, he does have the ability to spend time at the crease. Amano drops back towards deep square leg on the boundary, so maybe might get something short, or maybe the double bluff. Goes full. And they get a quick single as well from it. Good fielding. But I think he's home safely. Richards, the one, was quick on his feet.
Richards is very quick overall. You see that, I like to call it the Jaunty Rose style of attacking the ball and flicking it with the dive. But a well-judged run. He is a little bit deep at that mid-on position.
Whipped away. Just one bump short. The man at that square leg boundary position. Yeah, just for a second, Matthew Ford was hoping that it would carry. Looks as if maybe it came off the toe end of the bat. Just rehearsing that one.
It's a good short ball. Played well by Royal. You see that scorecard. Quite a few starts at the top of the order. The top 5 all getting starts. There's Barnes and Beckford not getting into double figures.
Royal now moves on to 27 and represents his highest score this season. The end of the over, 197 for 7. Well, I expected there to be a change in the field, and it's come now. Jamal Warrican has been moved from that long on position and now resides at a short mid-wicket. That one looked as if it kept just a bit low. And interestingly enough, Warrican is back into the thick of things.
And just a bit of a collision there with Warrican. Shem Holder in his follow through felt that he could have intercepted that ball on the onside. But it would have been going straight to Warrican, who had to move just a couple of paces to his left. And they both got into a bit of a tangle, and I think Holder came off worse on 2 counts. One, a run came off the delivery, put in Smith back on strike, and I think he injured his foot as well.
Oh, there's no stopping that. He's pretty much lucky he didn't get a hand on it either, Shem Holder. That's the brute force of Odean Smith.
This is incredible ball striking from Odean Smith. It was just on a good length, and he just flat batted it back over the bowler's head.
Well, that previous boundary brought up the 200 for the Jamaica Scorpions. We just think back, Hendy, to when this pair came to the crease, and I just mentioned that if they don't break this partnership, they could easily find Jamaica Scorpions at 230, 240, or so at what is a quick rate. It's just creeping towards that.
Oh, bad bounce there for the captain. And just for a moment there, the fielding effort of the Barbados Pride looking a little bit untidy in the last 10 minutes or so. But no fault there to the captain just now. Just got a bad bounce at the edge of the square.
Anything that is just fractionally close to those swinging arms, he's going to have a go at. But yeah, in between the ball striking, in between the 1 or 2 lapses in the field, they all add up. And you think about what this service might do as we get into the second innings for both sides. That 10, 15 runs could make all the difference.
I think after discussion there was they're thinking whether to bring in the long off. They decided to stay. And again, another fumble. So not looking good for the Pride at the moment. That's 58 overs completed. The Jamaica Scorpions, 205 for 7.
Just slowly limping away, Shem Holder. You would say battered and bruised. Yeah, it looks as if he maybe will be heading off, because on the misfield of that ball, I saw it cannon into the foot as well. So the first ball of the over did his right leg some damage when he crashed into Jamal Warrican. The last ball of the over, the ball did a bit of damage. He's going to need some running repairs there.
And he may not be overly disappointed having to be relinquished of the responsibility of bowling to Odean Smith. Before the interval, I said that session you would have to say round 1 went to Odean Smith. I dare say round 2 has gone to Odean Smith as well. So 2-0.
They do say you have to be careful who you get into the ring with. And at the moment, the punches are all landing good for Odean Smith.
Change with Warrican coming back into the attack. And Smith just greeting him with the lofted drive to the left of the field at long off. So Warwican just asking Smith to manufacture a shot off the back foot. Partial stop there, I believe it's Matthew Ford at the extra cover position.
Just had a glance into the stats books as it pertains to Odean Smith, and I actually realized that his highest first-class score is 54. So not far away from it, Odean Smith. And if he is to get there, would be his second first-class 50.
And the way he's playing, that could be one hit on 48 at the moment off just 38 deliveries.
The end of that Warwican over, 2-1-0 for 7.
Enforced change from the Malcolm Marshall end with Shem Holder going off the field. It's going to be Matthew Ford to pick it up from that end.
I think that might just be signaled leg buys. Yeah, indeed. The foot raised by umpire Crawford, and the tap of the thigh confirms it. So still 2 runs away from that the 50 mark, Odean Smith. But this partnership is growing wonderfully for the Jamaica Scorpions. Well, a clean pickup is what was needed. But another fumble means that the score ticks over again.
And no hesitation from these two. Seem to have a much better understanding from what we saw earlier in the day from a few of the Jamaica batters. And because of what we've seen from Odean Smith earlier, or I should say already so far in this innings, where he's been striking the ball so cleanly and so powerfully, those fielders are just a little bit deeper at mid-off and mid-on, which provides the opportunity for the single, even from the firm drives. So you see another man now coming up from the slip cordon just on the offside of the pitch there.
And just before this ball, Matthew Ford actually asked Ramon Simmons to take a couple steps in at mid-on. I think because of that is what prevented his single on that occasion. The man in Warwican, who was at short cover, now goes across to short mid-wicket. Probably tells you or gives you an indication that Matthew Ford is looking to operate just a bit straighter to Javor Royal. Trying to manufacture a bit of room on that occasion.
And I just wonder if Matthew Ford is getting a little bit of shape into the right-hander, which means he wants to challenge the Paz.
And interestingly enough, Royal opted to just stick a step or two in advancing towards him. The end of that over, 213 for 7. $50 for Odean Smith. An innings that has come at a time when Jamaica Scorpions most needed it. His second first-class half-century.
Very well played to Odean Smith. He's 41 deliveries with 2 4s and 4 6s. Has certainly started the rescue operation for the Scorpions. I'm sure he's happy to have Javor Royal in company with him.
And Royal is growing in strength and looking wonderful at the crease at the moment. How much further can Odean Smith carry on? I mentioned that his highest first-class score is 54. So he's been touching distance of that. But Jamaica will want a lot more from him. Well, they will not get any more from him. He gets to that half-century and then is smartly taken by Zachary McKenzie.
Finally, a plan coming to fruition, but take nothing away from the contribution here from Odean Smith and the effect it had on the scorecard. Again, we saw this quite a bit from Maury Khan, where he tried to keep the ball wide-ish to Odean Smith. There will be a level of disappointment going at this stage, but overall, his contribution, that one was a little bit slower, and there was Smith, may have been a tad loose, trying to play slightly inside to out, not getting over the top of that one, and the catch comfortably taken by Zachary McKenzie. So 8th wicket down for the Jamaica Scorpions, 215 for 8.
Marquino Minley, the right-arm fast bowler, is a new batter to the crease. A job to do with bat in hand, though, for his side. I'm just thinking back to that dismissal. I'm telling myself that just maybe Odean Smith felt as if he should have gone through with that one. Lifted it. Just given his hitting power, his hitting ability, Even the miss hits have travelled for 6.
Yeah, the old-fashioned in and out feel. The fielders catching close to the bat, 2 in the circle, and then a man in the deep. So Marquino Minley, who has played for the Barbados Pride as an overseas player. Known more for his bowling. Right arm, fast, medium swing bowling. We'll have to see how Javor Royal now takes on his role with the dismissal of Odean Smith.
Two runs and a wicket in the over. 215 for 8. So the big question is, how will Javor Royal go batting now with the remainder of the tail? Will he attempt to switch gears and accelerate even more? Or will he trust the likes of Mendy and just continue to bat what is a relatively normal innings? Seems as if he's just going to continue how he was before Javor Royal, or maybe just also waiting on the right bowler or the right ball. Might probably see himself taking on the spinner more so than the pace of Matthew Ford. But what's also been interesting is that I would say over the last 5 balls or so, he's found himself in a back and forth between himself and the keeper, Nico Boucher. Quite a few words being exchanged. Oh, there's just maybe a tactic to get into the head of Royal, see whether or not he might give in and just play a rash stroke. Well, that is what happens when the talk goes up. Royal decides that he's going to put back to ball. And more interestingly there is that he actually gave Matthew Ford a knock as well. You just sensed something brewing given the back and forth discussion between Royal and a couple of the players. And that's the result of it. How does Matthew Ford now respond? The final delivery of this over. Beats him with a beauty. Just 4 runs in the over, 219 for 8. Jamel Warrican to continue, as I say good evening to Andrew Mason.
Good evening, Joel. So Mindy's role here would be to give support to Royale, who's batted well. He's got the silly point in, forward short leg, and a short mid-on. Interesting.
The back and forth once again out there between the players, and Minley is just telling McCaskey that if he's want to take that catch, he's going to have to find himself in the middle of the pitch.
That was a different line this time, just about the line of the leg stump. Got his pad in the way with the ball drifting down the leg side. That was close, very close indeed. Silly point, almost on the pitch. The ball dropped just in front of him. But importantly, Minley survives, 219 for 8.
Well, the battle of Ford and Royale will continue. A couple changes being made to the field. Slip cordon quite spread, so a second and a fourth slip, you would say. Royal advances and splices this one. Should be able to get back for the second. You're just getting the feeling that he's setting his sights on taking on Matthew Ford.
This represents a good recovery by Jamaica. Overall, Barbados will be having decided to field first. 221 for 8 is not a big score. But at one stage, the Scorpions were 138 for 7. The cover is a bit deepish now. But there's also short extra cover as well.
Yeah, he's probably just waiting on that length. The length that allows him to go over the top. Javor Royal. Just wonder if maybe Matthew Ford gives him that length, yes, but changes the pace. And if he does, potentially maybe see that one go sky high. Opts to go short into the surface.
And for a medium pacer, good bunks generated. And I'm of the view that this pitch has got some carry, but as I said earlier, you really don't have the fast bowlers to exploit it. I think this is a good bowling pitch. I would think the greats of the past would enjoy this pitch at Kensington. It's got a greenish tinge on it.
Short wide and cracked away from Royal.
Yeah, that was a poor one. Looked a bit tired. It was short, as you said, wide. All he had to do was to get better onto that. I think Ford would be very disappointed about that delivery. It was really a gift, really.
He's going to have to go and come again for that one. Royal just teasing him. Oh, you've got to love it when the banter comes out between players. He's 41 no Royal, and I mentioned a little earlier that 46 is his highest first-class score. So just 5 runs away from that now. Can he keep his cool and get himself past that? Get himself to what will be a first-class half-century?
So the medium pacer tries another short ball. Flew over the batsman's head. So he was encouraged by the bunks generated. Saw Kemar Roach earlier bowl a couple of short deliveries to Blackwood. That discomforted Blackwood. And we also saw the medium pacer Simmons also bowling a couple of short deliveries as well.
Or just getting the line wrong on that occasion. But another eventful over comes to an end. The words continue to fly. 64 bowled, 225 for 8.
Yep, Royal is that kind of a cricketer. To get into your head, look at the celebration whenever he gets the wicket. He's enjoying this. Strikes me like the kind of player that could easily make you lose your concentration, will talk to you, tease you. I think he's really doing that to Matthew Ford. Minley has faced 10 balls. Hasn't gotten off the mark as yet, but the important thing for him is that he's there. He knows his role, just to give support to Royal.
Content just to come forward is Mindley. And that's his role at the moment. That's his job. Those close catchers just hoping for a sniff at something. Umpire Duguid, just having a word with Royal.
I wonder what he's saying now. But the silly point and forward shot with a shadow right across the pitch.
Yeah, with those shadows beginning to form, just wonder if we'll get all the way up towards that 6 p.m. close time.
So far he's handled the left arm spin of Warkan well. Stout defense. That was the one, very slow indeed, but again, Minley was equal to the task there. It's just one ball left in the over. And Warren decides to change his approach here.
Change of approach, but the result is the same. Made an over, 225 for 8. Royal was previously going after the bowling of Matthew Ford. There's going to be a change of bowling now. It's going to be skipper Craig Brathwaite bowling a right arm around. Probably sees something in his ability to pick up wickets. He always says he has a knack of picking up the wicket that's needed, Craig Brathwaite. Can he pick up now the wicket of Royal? A man at a straight-edge mid-wicket and a conventional mid-wicket. A man back on that long-on boundary as well as deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Tosses it up ever so slowly. And Royal turns down the single.
It's interesting. Maybe he wants to deal in boundaries here.
Now makes that change. That man at a straight wicket now goes to what appears to be a short mid-on. Well, he gets through everything, Craig Brathwaite.
Well, the keeper didn't take it. No real reaction from Craig Brathwaite. So wondered if it might have been a bit of a bottom edge, but again, Boucher. He's picked up a couple of catches today. Didn't hold on there.
Just wonder if maybe in situations like this, if the intensity drops slightly from the batter, because Royal at the moment not certain of how to go after Brathwaite. There's nothing on it in terms of pace on the delivery, so he's going to have to force everything here, Royal. Well, there was a bit of pace on that one.
So we look for the single here. Back to the bowler. Spectators catch. So one to come. I'm sure that Royal will want to keep strike. And he does. Playing it very intelligently. Lovely flowing drive down towards that long off here for one. Brathwaite's over cost just one, but importantly, Royal keeps the strike. Jamaica continues to fight. They're 226 for 8.
He hasn't faced Jamel Warrican for some time, Javor Royal. Just wonder what his approach to him will be. use of the feet. A lot of bottom hand coming into that shot. And drags it long towards a wide long on position.
So the 3 balls left in the over here. Once again, stout defense from Minley, known as roll. 2 men close on the offside now. Beats him. Well bowled indeed by Walker. That one went through the arm. Looks such a different bowler now in terms of variations, Jamal Warkan, having picked up 19 wickets in 2 test matches in Pakistan.
Just dropped slightly short. And Millie rocks back and is able to get himself off the mark with a boundary. So 5 runs in the over. 231 for 8.
Yeah, too short. And I'm sure that Warkan will be disappointed with that. Went to extra cover. Gone for 4. Minnie's eyes would have opened very wide there when he got that gift that he accepted. He's faced 18 balls now, but the important thing is occupation of the crease here, and he's done a job worthy of commendation. Now Minley will change his gloves. Make that Royale. Changing his gloves. Big man. He's got 43 runs and has done a good job. Barbados at 138 for 7. At that stage would have been thinking, look, we're going to dismiss the Scorpions maybe for 160. That has not happened. The tail has wagged quite nicely and frustrating Barbados in the process. So the cat and mouse continues. First ball down to long off. A run was an offer, but it was not accepted. So extra cover now goes to straight and a deepish mid-off. There's also long off as well. Very interesting field by Captain Brathwaite. Again, he doesn't take the single. Brathwaite is bowling very slow indeed. Seems as if the ball is taking a day and a half to get to Royale.
This time, he can't get it past the man at long on. He falls on 43, and the skipper has gotten the breakthrough.
Yeah, good piece of bowling. Dragged it from just outside the off stump, down the throat of Matthew Ford. And the dangerous Royal departs. uncomplicated off spin from Brathwaite doing the trick. He's picked the important wicket as well. So 2:31 for 9 and time for drinks.
Tamari Redwood is the final batter for Jamaica Scorpions, the leg spinner, who picked up some wickets in that match versus Leeward Islands before coming here. They're going to hope that he can provide just a measure of resistance maybe to take Barbados Pride deeper into day number 1.
Interesting that Brathwaite is maintaining the same field as he had for Royal. Long off, long on, mid-wicket on the boundary. Now he decides to pull the long off in. And Redwood comes down the pitch, does a bit of dancing. Brathwaite, he sees a kind of bowler that would buy a wicket, and he certainly did. Looking to wrap it up now. He's been given. Stump. Beautiful bit of work by Boucher. And Brathwaite gets his second wicket. And finally, after great resistance by the Jamaicans, after being 138 for 7, all out for 231.
Well, he came on looking for wickets, the captain, Craig Brathwaite, and he's now got figures of 2 for 2. After this is drawing Redwood out of the crease, and good glove work in the end by Boucher. An easy decision being made by umpire Nigel Duguid at square leg, and 231 all out. Jamaica Scorpions after being asked to bat first after Barbados Pride won the toss at about 9:30 a.m. this morning. So Barbados Pride, they have their first innings target in front of them. 232 they will need to get first innings lead and first innings points here. We take a break, and when we come back, it will be the innings of the Barbados Pride. We're back with what should, based on overs, be 13 overs left in the day's play, but given time and given light, we'll see how many of those we get in. Barbados Pride, they begin their first innings after dismissing Jamaica Scorpions for 231. The openers for Barbados Pride are Craig Brathwaite and Zachary McCaskey. And the Scorpions make their way out, of course led by their skipper, John Campbell.
Yeah, as you said, 13 overs left in the day's play. Let's look at what, first of all, Jamaica will be looking for. A couple of wickets. And on the other hand, Barbados will be hoping that these two can get through this tricky period. Overall, having won the toss and elected to field, 138 for 7, Barbados would have been thinking, look, I can bowl the Scorpions out for maybe 160. That didn't happen. In fact, the last 3 wickets produced 95 runs for Jamaica. So overall, 231. Having won the toss, you'll be happy with that. But a wicket or two now could certainly create a great deal of interest in this game.
Certainly agree there, Andrew. A wicket or two. And it's definitely hanging in the balance in terms of even Stevens on day number 1. And conditions at the moment, you would say, favour fast bowling. A nice light breeze coming across the ground, cool conditions. You think the makings for what could be a few nice outswingers. Ball in the hand of Marquino Mindley, and he's bowling to the captain, Craig Brathwaite. 3 slips and a gully waiting behind. An interesting last couple of minutes left on day number 1. Well, he gets through him with one that actually keeps quite low. The excitement begins from ball number 1. Appears as if they're thinking that maybe it might have glanced or grazed that off stump as well from the reactions of those in the slip cordon.
Very close to the off stump, kept low. And he's very lucky. He could have been bowled first ball.
Well, finds the middle of the bat and gets off the mark to open up the account for Barbados Pride.
Interesting comments coming from Roland Butcher, who's part of the commentary team. He said he was rather surprised that the Pride, having won the toss, chose to bowl first. He reckons that the pitch will give assistance as the game goes on. We shall see.
Well, beaten for pace on that occasion, McCaskey just feeling for one outside the off stump. I did say this could be a very tricky and a challenging period here for Barbados Pride.
Well, there's a nice tinge of grass on the pitch. And I certainly think it's a pitch that fast bowlers will be quite happy to bowl on. Roach got 2 for 45. And Ford got 1 for 34, but the spinners did a lot of work with Warkan getting 2, Holder 2, and Brathwaite, yes. Craig Brathwaite towards the end, as they would say in Barbadian parlance, trying a thing. He actually picked up 2 wickets.
Catches the cry. Was bat on it though. That is the big question. Well, Royal got it to hand and they're furious, disappointed that it wasn't given. They can't believe it.
Interesting. What do you think there?
On that first glance, it looked as if maybe it was the back arm of McCaskey that the ball actually hit. Either the back arm or the forearm in terms of where that wristband is.
Testing times for McCaskey against Minley. Now, he allows the ball to go by. That was pretty close to the off stump. And again, make the point, I think this is a good pitch to bowl on. He survives. Barbados are 1 without loss. Minley has kept himself very fit and has been a warrior for Jamaica over the years. Lots of commitment. Great tries is Minley. And I've really admired him over the years for the effort that he's put in for his beloved country. So Odean Smith, the big fast bowler, will come into the attack, playing a lot of white ball cricket in recent times. When I first saw him, I mean, he was pretty sharp, but nowadays, with so much white ball cricket, our fast bowlers have lost pace because I suppose they've got to use so many variations. He comes into the attack, bulky figure as well. Bowling to the Barbados captain, Craig Brathwaite. Yeah, he's lost a lot of pace over the years, Odean Smith. When I first saw him, I thought that he really would have gone on to have maybe been a decent bowling all-rounder for the West Indies in red ball cricket.
Yeah, when he first came onto the scene, he was one of those young fast bowlers that got people excited. I actually think back to 2017 when I first saw him in CPL. And it was himself as one of the standout seamers for the Jamaica side at that stage in the CPL. And he saw himself quickly rising up the ranks, but then just hit a phase where he didn't go on.
That's not the line to bowl. Brathwaite will get 1. We'll look for the second. On the leg stump and full. Just work neatly in the onside. The light is going quickly here at Kensington Oval. There are 13 overs left in the day's play. In fact, after this will be 11. But I doubt whether we'll get those overs in. It's been that kind of a day. We've had a couple of interruptions.
Quite easy for Brathwaite to operate from that length.
a long chat with McKenzie, who had an uncomfortable time against Minley in the last over. Not the same threat coming from Smith.
Gets up tall and nice. McKenzie can't get it past Royal at point though. Still yet to get off the mark, McKenzie. But in, I guess, you think about it from a pride perspective, more importantly, still at the crease. As we head towards the close of day number 1.
McKenzie is happy to survive. Barbados Pride and now 4 without loss. So the Scorpions 231 all out. At one stage 138 for 7. Odean Smith's half century got them up to the eventual score. Now the umpires are conferring about the light. Won't be surprised if they say, look, it's not good enough. Will we continue? It's not at all good, the light.
Yeah, I think it's also a conversation of it might not be good enough for your fast bowlers, but it could be good enough for your spinners. And I think that is a question that's being asked at the moment, whether or not Campbell might be willing to bowl his spinners. As I see a helmet making its way onto the field, as well as what looks as if it is the light meter as well.
Always very interesting when the umpires do that.
So, yeah, it's light meter in the hand of umpire Duguid, and we're now going to take the reading, and this reading will pretty much set the standard going forward for the remainder of these 4 days.
He's having a very close look there. What's the decision, umpire Duguid?
I think umpire Crawford now will take it up to the other end and take a reading from that position as well. Indeed he does, so sets it on top of those stumps, allows that machine to calibrate for a couple seconds or so. And what is that reading? Is light still good enough for the spinners to operate, or will we see the close of play here at 5:42 p.m.?
But he's called his colleague, umpire Duguid, who's a senior umpire, and the two are having a look. Decision time, we shall know soon. So,
it appears as if light is still good enough to continue. And we're going to continue with the spinners just to see if we can get in a couple more overs. So a change of bowling now after a very threatening first over from Marquino Minley. It's going to be Javar Royal, the left arm spinner, into the attack now.
boy, he would love to get a wicket this evening. He'll dance back to Kingston, Jamaica. I can assure you, go to halfway train to Ligony, to Maxwell Avenue. Brathwaite's bat is as broad as Blackrock, where he was born, which is not too far from here. Comes down the pitch to Purdett, just trying to eat away as much time as possible.
Well, there's a man at leg slip placed there just for that. A bit of a glance, no bat on it, it would appear though, and leg buys as the signal now comes from umpire Crawford.
Jamaica with 3 men round the bat. Leg slip is in. Forward short leg and a slip as well. It's survival time for the Barbados players here. Jamaica on the hunt to get a wicket. More time being eaten up. McKenzie decides to dispense with his helmet and gets his Barbados cap on. These are trying times in poor light.
Thickish inside edge on that one, pushing it towards that mid-on position. Last ball of this Royal over. Well, it's flat, fast, and angled down the leg side. Bat on it from McKenzie means that he gets him off the mark and with a boundary as well. The end of that over. It's 9 without loss.
But the umpires are going to talk again. I rather suspect this could very be the end of the day's play. It was a bad delivery, last one. Don't think Royal will be happy with that. It was down the leg side. All McKenzie had to do was to get bat onto it. I think, as they would say in Caribbean parlance, call it Wally. So we've come to the end of the first day's play in the battle between the Barbados Pride and the Jamaica Scorpions. And when you look at the scoreboard, I would think Barbados will be happy, despite some resistance from the Jamaicans, having been 138 for 7 to reach 231 as the tail wagged. Tricky period for Barbados. 2 overs were bowled from the 13, and they are 9 without loss going into the second day. I would think that Barbados would have been happy with the action on the first day.
Yeah, winning the toss and dismissing Jamaica before the close of day number 1 certainly ticked a box for them. And now 9 without loss. A lot of questions for that man on screen come tomorrow, day 2, in Captain John Campbell. He's going to need a big effort from his bowlers come tomorrow, especially looking at the fact that skipper Craig Brathwaite is coming on the back of a double 100. But different conditions and a different surface, which has provided something for the bowlers here at Kensington Oval. So the story of day number 1, Jamaica Scorpions at 231 all out after Barbados Pride won the toss this morning, and things looked fairly interesting in terms of the early exchanges as we look at things that happened just a little later in the day with Javel Glenn being dismissed after that lunch session, and it was a quick procession of wickets following that for the spinners of the Barbados Pride. Shem Holder and Jamel Warrican picking up some big wickets. Of course, the big man back into the attack in Kemar Roach. He also picked up a couple as well. Then a bit of a threat came in the form of that bat of a man who ended up with 50 in the end. Odean Smith hit the ball to all parts of Kensington Oval and really took the spinners to task. And at one stage you thought maybe he could take the game away from Barbados Pride. He got himself to what was a 50. Javel Glenn in partnership as well with Javor Royal, who himself played what was a very good innings, had a chance or two, especially towards the likes of Shem Alexis Holder. I mentioned they took on the spinners and really delighted those who were here at Kensington Oval to take in the action. A second first-class half-century for Odean Smith before he was dismissed. A good catch by Zachary McKenzie there, and from there the wickets simply went down a tumble. Javor Royal attempted to keep things going, but he certainly fell, I guess you would say, shortly after that, just short of what would have been his highest first-class score. He ended up going for 43, and it was just a couple more runs before this. And yep, the skipper Craig Brathwaite introduced himself into the attack, and well, he went for one too many, and in the end it was a case of a quick stumping by Lenuco Boucher, which brought about the end of the innings for the Jamaica Scorpions. So 231 is what things look like for the Jamaica Scorpions at the end of the day. Andrew Mason, how did you make I guess. What's your assessment of the day?
Well, I think Barbados, having won the toss and decided to field, would be happy at the end of the day. 231, as you said. I thought they bowled pretty well, and the pitch had offered something to them. And a tricky little period towards the end. We saw the first over bowl by Minley. 1 or 2 deliveries kept low, but overall, I would say Barbados enjoyed the exchanges in the first day.
Well, you can certainly say that, indeed. We want to say thank you for joining us here on day number 1. And we look forward to the action right here, starting at 9:30 a.m. at the same venue, Kensington Oval tomorrow. It's round number 3 in this clash between Barbados Pride and Jamaica Scorpions. Until tomorrow, we say goodbye and join us then.